is temporary, but the truth lasts forever.
Jeff Metcalf finally had a chance to read the words he's been writing in a notebook to address his son's killer.
You said, people think that grief is sadness, but it's not. It's rage.
Oh,
Pure, unfiltered rage. You failed yourself. You failed your parents. You failed society. You don't belong in this community.
that's correct.
Metcalf's victim impact statement came at the end of Karmelo Anthony's murder trial. For months, the father of Austin Metcalf has been silenced by a gag order imposed by the judge. Now he's free to speak publicly and says he's also free of something else.
When I woke up this morning, it was a very different feeling. When I woke up, I felt like 1,000,000 pounds had been lifted off my shoulders. Because I used to wake up every morning with this anxiety, with this feeling of dread. And this morning was the first day I woke up with a feeling of peace, comfort, tranquility that I haven't experienced in 14 months. And I felt Austin.
Metcalf was in court every day of Anthony's trial. The 19-year-old, now convicted murderer, not only took his son Austin's life, he did it right in front of Austin's twin brother, Hunter.
What killed me was the body cam footage when I could hear Hunter screaming, oh God, my brother, my twin. You know, as a parent, you always want to protect your kids. And to hear my son and the fear in his voice, and I'm not there to fix it.
What was it like sitting in that courtroom with Karmelo Anthony for 5 or 6 days?
Challenging is the first word that comes to my mind. And I'll even say this. I had a little bit of sorrow because I'm human. And that poor boy is fixing to experience a life that I would not wish upon anyone.
Metcalf says even today he's received death threats and has previously endured doxing of his personal information and multiple swatting calls to his house from people who he says have tried to villainize Austin and the family.
I would hope they take a look in the mirror. And if you have children, and if it was your child who was murdered, would you like people dragging his name through the mud, making memes, making jokes, and just really vile comments?
Where do you and the
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hello. Thank you for being here today. Buenos dias. Buenos dias, Amy. Hi, Julian. How are you? Happy Saturday, everyone. We are going to go over the evidence today. We're going to dig. I hope you have your shovels because we're digging today. There is something missing here. There's absolutely something missing in this case, and that's what we do here. We try and look at the evidence and see what, in fact, happened. What are they not telling us? What are they not telling us here? Okay, so thank you for being here on this Saturday morning. I just want to come in here and talk about this case. It's haunting me because I feel that there are several injustices there's several things that were done here, and it's not sitting right with me. So let's continue on. I think it's very interesting what the Metcalf said here.
Jokes and
I hope you can hear this video. What he said was that, you know,
just really vile comments.
Where do you and the Metcalf
People dragging his name through the mud. And if you have children, and if it was your child.
So I want to understand, is he talking about his son being dragged to the mud, his name being dragged to the mud, or Karmelo? I'm just, let me back this up because I need to understand, is he talking about Karmelo or his son, right? Who's being dragged? What actually happened here? Remember, this is a small town. Perhaps they were talking about Austin. Let's see. What does he say?
Austin and the family.
I would hope they take a look in the mirror. And if you have children, and if it was your child who was murdered, would you like people dragging his name through the mud?
See what I'm saying here? They were dragging his name, Austin's name, through the mud, according to the Metcalf. Why?
Making memes, making jokes, and just really
memes and jokes. I did not see that, you guys. Where is this? Where is this? I did not see that. The only joke and memes I see are the watermelon felon. Like, it's very, very interesting how he's coming out and saying these things, yet he's the one that came out. I'm sorry, Mr. Metcalf, but you're wrong. You are wrong. Watermelon felon and all this shit. But let's continue.
vile comments.
Where do you and the Metcalf family go from here?
Well, I mean, this is day one.
Mr. John is back. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Of a long healing process. Because honestly, it's been impossible to start healing until this trial was complete.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for, yes, thank you. Pissing on his grave, attacking his home. I did not know that. I did not know this.
Be over, but the racial polarization among Americans on display outside the Collin County Courthouse continues.
Look at the effect, not just the effect here between the Metcalf family and the Anthony family. Look what it did, one, to those kids they have to live with. Two, it took on this huge, wider, let's have a race war throughout the nation.
Metcalf insists that his son had no racist motives when he approached Anthony about leaving a track team tent.
This case was never about race.
There's going to be those people now that just, try to throw shade on the whole trial with the jury makeup and the speed of it and that sort of thing. I mean,
well, those are the same people that said he was jumped by 4 people. His phone was broken. You're going to spin whatever story to try to keep yourself afloat.
Whose phone was broken? That's a new one. That's something new we didn't hear. Karmelo's phone was broken.
Metcalf believes
he was jumped by 4 people. His phone was broken. You're going to spin whatever story to try to keep yourself afloat.
Metcalf believes Anthony should have received a life sentence. He says if Anthony is up for parole in 17 years, he will be there in some form to argue against it.
If I'm still alive, yes, I will be there in person. If not, I am going to make a video, if I'm passed on, that can be played.
A video saying watermelon felon that can be played if you're passed on. the mentality of this father is all over the place. You literally thought you were going to die? That you had a video set up already? You were going to have a video set up? The mentality is awful from this parent. Mr. Metcalf, what are you doing here? What are you doing?
There are no walls in Metcalf's home without photos or paintings of Austin and his twin. These images and a scholarship in his son's name are what remain for this father, who says he's ready to finally forgive, but not forget.
But people need to understand about forgiveness. Forgiveness was not for him. Forgiveness was for me, so I don't carry the rage, the hate, and that around. It will eat.
Okay, because there were reports that Metcalf forgave Austin. I'm not sorry, Karmelo. So that's not true. Look what he just said. He said the forgiveness is for me. The forgiveness is for me, not for him. So I will retract that statement I made. There was an episode out there where I said, oh my God, this man, he's like forgiving. He forgave Karmelo. He's forgiving himself, it sounds like.
Me up like cancer.
Yeah.
But people need to understand about forgiveness. Forgiveness was not for him. Forgiveness was for me, so I don't carry the rage, the hate, and that around. It will eat me up like cancer.
J.D. Miles, CBS News, Texas.
He forgave for himself. He didn't forgive So people saying that he forgave Carmelo Anthony. No, baby. No, baby. That's not what he said. Let's go back. This is what he said. He did not forgive Carmelo Anthony.
Finally forgive, but not forget.
But people need to understand about forgiveness. Forgiveness was not for him. Forgiveness was for me, so I don't carry the rage, the hate, and that.
You see that? Forgiveness was not for him. Forgiveness was for me, so I don't carry the rage and the hate. But in fact, you did. You did carry the rage and hate. You went on to all these media sources with your racial slurs. The mentality you have says a lot about your son's mentality. Okay?
Around. It will eat me up like cancer.
J.D. Miles, CBS News, Texas.
So the words of Austin Metcalf's father, but Carmelo Anthony's family is also talking tonight. They believe the trial was unfair from the start. They do plan to appeal. Our Ken Molestina to continue now our team coverage.
A day after the trial, Carmelo Anthony's parents, Andrew Anthony and Kayla Hayes, sat down to break their silence and to let the world know how they're feeling as their son begins his 35-year sentence for murder. Despite what a jury found, his parents dispute their son ever wanted to kill Austin Metcalf.
My son is no murder. My son didn't intend to hurt anyone. My son was defending himself. And that's what hurt so bad.
His mother recounts the moment she addressed the jury and made her plea to them during the sentencing phase.
To have mercy on my son.
We're going to go there. LaShawn, the Phoenix, I am going to get to the police report. I'm going to read it again. I have read it in one of these episodes in here, in this playlist, but we're going to read it again after seeing all of the evidence that was uncovered and released. We're going to take a look at the police report once more. So thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Please keep your ignorant comments to yourself. If you have nothing nice to say, don't say a goddamn thing. Hey, moron. That's not how forgiveness works. Go read a book.
That's what I told the jury. I know they had their minds made up already. So, I mean, really wasn't much I could say.
She said she knew they had their minds made up already. I can imagine the court. I can imagine, if you are a spiritual being, and have the discernment, you would feel the energy in that courtroom. And she said which I think these are they're church folks, right? She said she already knew. She already felt it. That's a goddamn shame.
It's made up already. So, I mean,
She
really
thought
would.
they had their minds made up
I know
already.
they had their minds made up already.
She knew the jurors had their minds made up already. Okay. So let's continue. Keep it classy in the comments, please. It's Saturday morning. Go outside. Go touch some grass. How about that?
So, I mean, really wasn't much I could say to change their mind.
Both parents fighting back emotions and tears as they described what they believe was a flawed trial.
We were delusional. We thought we was going to get a fair shake.
They claimed there were inconsistencies from the get-go, despite witnesses who took an oath vowing to tell the truth.
Everyone actually lied on the stand.
Everyone.
All of the witnesses' statements were inconsistent. All of them.
His father says the court of
Listen to
witnesses who
what
took an oath
these
fighting back
jurors are
emotions and
saying. All right, let me back it up. Here we go. All of the witness statements, she says.
tears as they described what they believe was a flawed trial.
We were delusional. We thought we was going to get a fair shake.
They claimed there were
They thought he was going to get a fair shake.
inconsistencies from the get-go, despite witnesses who took an oath vowing to tell the truth.
Everyone actually lied on the stand.
Everyone.
All of the
They all lied on the stand.
witnesses' statements were inconsistent. All of them.
His father says the court of public opinion had made up their mind about his son.
I agree with that. I agree with that. And that's a huge problem in our justice system. The court of public opinion, you guys.
Long before the trial began.
He was convicted when he walked out of the jail. If you looked at the news all last year, he was already convicted. If you look at it, it was already done. It was no innocent until proven guilty. He was already guilty.
That's a huge problem in our justice system, you guys.
He says the threats of violence against them continue.
People want us dead. That's what.
After they still got what they wanted.
After they still got what they want, they still want us dead.
I just want to clear something up, Reaper. They didn't abandon him. They did not abandon him. That's not, if you don't have the facts, don't speak on it. That's not the facts. That's not the facts.
So you see, I go look at my phone, people want us dead. They want our family dead.
And now they're
Both sides, you guys, both sides are receiving death threats. The Metcalfs and this family here, the Anthonys. Okay? So, I saw the comment, pissing on his grave is fucking disrespectful. Sorry, excuse my language. Pissing on Austin's grave, that's awful. That's awful. The family is receiving death threats. Why? Why?
preparing to appeal
They did a number on us.
a judicial process they believe wronged them.
We didn't get justice. A lot of things that were missed that should have been handled a certain way. However, we couldn't say anything. We did what was instructed.
That's what I'm saying. They did what was instructed by the defense team, which we know failed them. The defense team absolutely failed this family. Let's get that straight.
We was told, so we just did what we was told.
Ken Molestina, CBS News, Texas.
Much has happened since a jury sentenced this man, Karmelo Anthony, last night to 35 years in prison for the murder of Austin Metcalf. We know Anthony spent the night in the Collin County Jail, but
Official notice that Karmelo Anthony is filing an appeal. We believe there are several important issues for the appellate courts to consider. An appeal is the next part of the legal process and a right afforded every American. There were
Okay, so we know he filed for appeal, right? Now let's move on to the next thing. Let's go into the evidence here. Thank you all for being here. Kane, my friends, penguin blue waving tear. Why doesn't the emojis come up? Like penguin blue waving tear. Okay. Thanks for the description there. So I'm going to share my screen. We're going to look at this evidence, baby. Okay. Here we go. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Let's see what the state has here, okay? I know. Don't worry. We're going to get there. Don't worry, Darina. We are getting there. We're going to play that and you're going to hear it. Yes, I understand. I understand, everyone. Trust me, I get it. This is such a touchy case. I'm telling you. All right, so here we are. This is the state exhibits, right? So let's go over this. Now, here's the field. Huge. I mean, this school, like I was saying, look how huge the school is. Amazing. Great football, baseball fields. So let's keep going. Now we have, let me turn this. Yes. Okay, cool. Now we have this, right? There we go. Yeah, exactly. I'm not swaying anyone. I'm not here to sway anyone's opinion. Everyone has a right and entitled to their own opinion. And if I sway your opinion, that means you're standing on bullshit. You're not standing your grounds. If I can sway you, I'm not here to sway anyone's opinion about what happens. I'm here to talk about the facts and look over the evidence of this case. Okay, so we have Austin walking in. We have a timestamp of the time he actually walked in. We'll show that video footage, that surveillance video as well, so you'll be able to see. Next. I wish they would have labeled these photos because now I want to point out that they look identical. Okay, so I am guessing this is Austin. It's the first photo, and this is Metcalf. Now, I want you to pay attention to what they're wearing, right? Pay attention to what they're wearing here. Black, long sleeve, some tight shorts here. They look like, you know, those boxer briefs, sort of. They're pretty tight. Look at that. Okay, you have some gray sneakers here for Austin, and Hunter has a kind of like loose fitting clothes on. His is a little more loose than Austin's here. You notice that? Long sleeve, little loose basketball shorts, and white sneakers, white with some black and orange, right? There we go. So we have Austin and Hunter. I mean, from the looks of it, Hunter looks a little slimmer. Okay, let's keep going here. Now, we have Karmelo Anthony being taken away by Officer Cortez and Officer Ritchie. All right. He is wearing navy blue loose sweatpants, black and white Nikes, gray sweatshirt. Let me try and zoom in here. Okay. Let's keep it moving. Kane, awesome live last night. It was so much fun. You have a good group over there. Okay. So let's keep going here. Now, next photo. Here we go. So now they're giving us a still shot of the footage. Okay. We'll get to the footage, don't worry. But they're just providing the still shot of it. Here's Karmelo, and here's a young gentleman pointing out, like, here, he did it, okay? There's two actually running for Karmelo. There's two running for Karmelo, okay? Take a look at that. This is important here. This is important because we're going to get to where something happens in the trash can. Something happens in that trash can, okay? And one of these fellas went into that trash can before running after Carmelo Anthony, you guys. You're going to look at this and it's crazy. It's crazy. Let's keep going. Here we go. Pointing out. Running. See, running. Now, the state is trying to, they're obviously pointing out, I wonder why so many though. Why did they provide so many of these still photos? See, there's so many of them. Okay, here we go. This says, see these notes? That's very helpful. Thank you. Maybe there should have been notes up here so we know what you're trying to show us. What they're showing us here is where the incident occurred. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. All right, all the way to the 7th bleacher. That's pretty high up, you guys. Think about it. Think about it. That's a little high up here. 7th bleacher seat up here. Okay, next. We read this out. I'm going to read it again because I couldn't figure out how to turn the page last time, and I was reading it like this. It was kind of, when I watched it again on replay, I'm like, why am I reading it like that? Like, seriously? So I'm going to read it again. Here we go. Here's text messages from the coach. Okay. Coach, can you tell Austin to put on his black shorts? This was on March 22nd. Can you send this to all of our throwers? You guys keep leaving early, so just know you guys are probably not going to this district meet. You dudes never stay and celebrate your teammates, and you guys don't win. So what value are you guys bringing to the team besides coming out and celebrating yourself? Tell them it's from me. Yeah, coach, I'll send it and I'll take their shit up Monday. Okay, so this is a conversation between two coaches. Coach, can you tell Austin to put on his black shorts? You guys, I want you guys to know something. This is March 22nd, right? Did you guys know that Carmelo's team and the Metcalf's team had a meet the week before this tragedy. So it was totally possible that they had some type of, I don't know, connection, or not connection, but it's possible that something went on the week prior, because both of these teams already met each other. This was March 22nd, right? So let me look at a calendar really quick. So March 22nd in 2025, because this happens last year, right? So let's look at a calendar here. March, that's a Saturday, right? And then the incident occurred April. When did this happen? Let me go back. Hold on one second. I need the exact date. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me pull up the police report. I have that up. We're going to go over the police report too, because there's a lot in there. There's a lot to discuss in that police report. Carmelo Anthony arrest report. Here we go. So this happened on April 2nd. April 2nd of 2025 was a Wednesday. Okay. And this text message that we're reading here was March 22nd. That was a Saturday. So that's a week and a couple days after. Okay. So, yeah, this coach is telling the other coach, hey, tell Austin to do this, whatever. Can you send this to all our throwers? You guys keep leaving. So it sounds to me that whoever this coach is, they're not really listening to him. So he has to now tell another coach to send out the message, right? That's what I'm gathering from this, okay? Tell them it's from me. Huh? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, coach, I'll send it and I'll take their shit up Monday. Okay. We'll take Noah and Romir to district. So it seems like these coaches were fed up with the Metcalfs. They're like, forget about it. We're taking Noah and Romir. It's done. And from Coach Start. Okay, so Coach Start is the blue bubble. Coach Start is the blue bubble. And he sent the text out and he sent Coach Start a screenshot. Like, here you go. I sent the message. Okay. Next exhibit. Here's evidence that he sent the kids the message from Coach Base. Okay, so now we have Coach Start and Coach Base. Okay, these two are going back and forth. Okay. Now, here we go. To Austin. You and Rhett, I'm guessing the blue bubble is, let's see, blue bubble is Coach Stewart. Coach Start, right? So now Coach Start goes to Austin. You and Rhett are on early bus. This is April 2nd. This is now the day it happens, right? The incident occurred. You and Rhett are on early bus. Get tent and whatever else we need. Set examples of how to conduct yourself today. Be a leader. I need you and Rhett to hold us down. I will be helping with hosting the meet, So I'm going to lean on my older guys. Okay, so he gave, I wouldn't say he gave him a leadership responsibility. I say more of like, prove yourself, okay? Prove yourself to us. For sure, got you. Love you, man. Sorry I didn't say enough. Now, this April 3rd, I'm like, in my opinion, this coach, he was just expressing sorrow, or he was grieving. He sent a text to Austin knowing that Austin had already passed, right? So, because now it's April 3rd, 8:42, I don't know. He may have been, he just vented. He sent a text, love you, man. Sorry I didn't say enough. Okay, so let's continue. Next, here we have the crime scene, right? These photos are so horrible. They're so horrible. But this is what we get. Alrighty. Now, let's zoom in here. Notice this black shoe. That's not Austin, and that's not a Hunter's shoe. Okay, I don't know. It's just a black shoe sitting here. Then we're going to look at, if we go here, let's see what's up here. Okay, so the tarp over there. So hold on one second. The way this tent is standing, I wonder, you see how the tent is like slanted? Huh. Was it slanted the whole time, or just maybe now? Okay. I do know they moved the tent down. The tent was not there. They moved it down to cover Austin while they were working on Austin. See, Austin is still in there, right? Wow. Okay, let's see here. There's that backpack that was taken into evidence that they're saying it's Karmelo's. It's right here. You guys see that? Let me do it this way. Maybe this is a better view here. Okay, yeah, like this. There we go. This backpack here, that's the backpack they're saying that that's Karmelo's, and it was taken into evidence. It's all the way up here. Again, they moved this down. This was 7 rows up, right? I counted the rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's look at this again. 7 rows up. That would put them here. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. This tent was up here. Remember, guys, let me go up. See, because I counted the rows. It was up here somewhere. Let's go up here. Notice how they're not providing photos of underneath the tent, right? Of the altercation. They're only providing the photos of when Mello was running away. Notice that, right? You got that, right? It's like, here we go. One, two, three. Okay, the second row. Start with the second, okay? So we're starting with the second one. Second bleacher row. Here we go. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so Karmelo's backpack is sitting right here. Does that mean that Karmelo was on the 7th or 6th? 7th or 6th? What do you guys think? Was he sitting on the 6th bleacher or the 7th row? Okay, then what else we have here? You see how this random black shoe that we saw down there? Here's another one. I mean, this is a field. Like you'd expect to see shoes all over the place, right? If they're changing and stuff like that. But let's look. Let's see. What else do we find here? All right, let's keep going. Why is he up here? Like, Okay, now, wait, again. Was his backpack moved? Was the backpack moved? There's true, right? Red, the. Red, the. Okay, what is up here that he's looking at? What is over here? That's Karmelo's backpack, but there's stuff up here, okay? Now let's continue. Thank you for being here, you guys. We're just digging. We're looking at these evidence pictures because I know what knife that is. I'm going to pull up the knife so we can take a clear look at it, okay? Was there one knife or two is another question I have because they look different to me. Is it 2 knives? Guys. You see that? Okay, now let's look again. Why is the color different? I noticed this last time. I don't know if it's the lighting, but do you notice a different shade? You see that, right? Now look at the next one. It's gray. How can the color change like that? Does that make sense to anybody? That's not making sense to me. How is that possible? Check it. Look it. Are we looking at the same knife here? Let me see what you guys are saying in chat. Thank you so much for being here, you guys. Camera flash? Yeah. Yeah, right? It could be. It could be the lighting. Yes? Yes. Thank you so much for being here, you guys. Check it out. Okay, cool. So let's go with that. Yeah, we'll say it's a camera flash, okay? Let's continue. Next. See, this team had seats up here. Okay. Okay, so according to the police report, they covered the tarp. They covered, I'm sorry, the knife. Let me read the police report. Let me read that part of it. Here we go. Okay, here we go. The police report says that Sergeant Otis walked up to the visitors' bleachers and observed the victim being treated by Frisco Fire Department's personnel and also the athletic trainers. The weather began to turn and it began to heavily downpour rain. At this time, some of the FISD staff moved the memorial tent to cover the victim and the FFD personnel. FFD is Frisco Fire Department. Okay, so as I said, they moved that tent down to cover him. It's noted here. Sergeant Otis began using his city-issued phone to snap crime scene photos to preserve as much of the scene as possible due to the weather and the large gathering of people that were involved in the incident. Okay, so that's why we see one of the officers snapping pictures up there. That's why we noticed that. But did they cover? I mean, they may have covered Karmelo's backpack. I don't know. I don't see it anymore. All right. So then he says, the officers on scene were informed that a knife that was used was tossed and was still believed to be somewhere close. Eventually, one of the witnesses said they remember seeing it on the bleachers. See that. Eventually, one of the witnesses said they remember seeing it on the bleachers. Who is that witness? Was that witness called to the stands? Because how, you know what I mean? Like, did you physically see Karmelo toss it? How'd you know that knife was, you know what I'm saying? How'd you know that was the murder weapon? Is my question to that witness. How do you know that's the murder weapon? Yeah, you found a knife. How do you know that's the murder weapon, right? So one of the witnesses said they remember seeing it on the bleachers still. Yeah, I remember seeing it. Again, that's fucking weird. Again. So you saw this incident happening. You saw your friend being stabbed, right, with this knife. And then out of nowhere, you're like, yeah, I remember seeing the knife. Yeah, I remember seeing the knife. What? What the fuck? Now, I'm going to show a footage where you see someone running to the trash can. After Karmelo runs out of the tent, you see someone running towards the trash can, throwing something out. A second person doing the same thing. A third person going in the trash can for something. Okay, you guys? That's crazy. I'm going to show it to you in a bit. So the officers began to set up a crime scene with tape, moving non-essential personnel out of the immediate area. And the officers on scene were informed that the knife that was used was tossed, right? According to the witness, and it was somewhere close. Eventually, one of the witnesses said they remember seeing. Eventually, I hate these police reports. I'm telling you. After digging and covering these cases, the wording of these police reports is mind-boggling. They love to skip the very important details. They go from, well, yeah, this kid assaulted this other kid, and they jump to eventually, and then, or you know what I mean? They skip the very important parts and details that are needed. Here, the police report says eventually, but what is the timing? What do you mean eventually? Like, from when, in fact, was that knife found? When was the knife found? Eventually is not good enough. Eventually is not good enough. We need to know what time, what date did this witness say that they remember seeing the bleachers? At what point in time were you told this, sir? Not eventually. Oh, eventually we found the knife. Oh, yeah, eventually. No, that's fucking bullshit. Excuse my language. So Officer Showles was able to locate the knife. Now we have Officer Showles. Okay, interesting. So Showles found the knife, right? It was located between rows 9 and 10 near 30. 9 and 10 near 30. 9 and 10, right? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Well, that's where they're covering. Yeah. But was it really tossed there? Do you think Karmelo tossed it right there before leaving? And one of the witnesses saw him toss it there and just said nothing until eventually the witness, like, people saw the knife up here and said nothing until eventually the witness says, oh yeah, I remember seeing a knife. Oh yeah, you know, about that weapon, I remember seeing it. That's a little weird to me. It's a little sus, but let's keep going here. This officer found the knife. Okay, cool. It was located between 9 and 10. All right. And it was partially open, he says. It was closest to the aisle, he says. It was closest to the aisle. And let's see what else. The rain began to come down again heavily, and it was determined that instead of moving the knife, the officers would cover it with a large blue tarp. I mean, instead of putting it in one of those brown bags and sealing the evidence, right? No, let's just put this blue tarp that has DNA of God knows how many people. Let's just put this blue tarp on top of the murder weapon so there can be touch DNA of some sort, right? We know touch DNA. Brian Kohlberger, touch DNA. I don't think this is protocol. I don't. That's awful how they handled the evidence, but let's continue. What do we have down here? Again, they're showing us how they covered the murder weapon in this tarp, right? There's the murder weapon and everything. Here we go. Oh, what? Well, that's Karmelo's backpack. Why? Oh, okay. So let's just throw Karmelo's backpack on top of the tarp. This is how you treat evidence? This how the fuck you treat evidence? What is going on here? Texas, you got a problem. Texas, you got a problem. Okay. All right. So thank you all. Please keep it classy in the comments. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. So let's keep going with the evidence here. Now, the state wants to show us this. We don't know whose jacket that is. It is bloody. Was this one of the teammates? You know, he took it out to like put pressure. Could it be? Could it be? Because I know that that's not Austin's. I know that's not Hunter's. It's not. We saw what they were wearing when they walked in. That's not none of theirs. That's not Karmelo's either. So whose is it? Whose jacket is this, right? Not clear. It's not clear. Now, this gray shoe, again, we don't know whose it is, but let me see if that's Austin's actually. Let me take a look. Was Austin wearing that? Yeah, that's Austin's. Okay, you got that? 100% that's Austin's. Okay, let's go back down. There's the officer taking photos. See that? Of the knife. Let's continue. Here we go. Okay. So that's Austin's shoe. Here we go I mean, this is how you handle evidence? This I have no words. No words. This is how you handle evidence. Hey, Texas, get it together, Texas. Get it together. Yeah, let's just throw it right on top of the tarp there. From the looks of it, too, that tarp is not where. He said it was pouring. They said it was pouring. Where? Where's the raindrops? Where? That it was pouring, that the rain came down, so they had to cover the knife. Where's the raindrops? Pouring? What are you talking about, huh? No way. All right, let's continue. Then they have shoes holding the tarp. Like, what in the world is happening? Oh man, it's like the Idaho 4 case all over again. It's the Idaho 4 case all over again. I gotta tell you that. I'm sorry. These cops, man. Law enforcement, get it together. Get it together, law enforcement. All right, so I have that knife. So let me pull it up. That knife is, here we go. That knife is a multi-tool. 6-in-1. And all of these things like have, a purpose, obviously. So we have a cord cutter. Like I'm just saying this it's a knife, it's a flashlight, fire starter, glass breaker, cord cutter, bottle opener, fire starter, glass breaker, bottle opener, flashlight. Okay, so two inches. We know by the autopsy report, 2 inches, right? 2 inches. That 2 inches got him. Sad to say. Now this book bag, going back to this book bag. Is it open or closed? That's a good question. It's zipped, right? No, the top. Okay, there's 2 zippers. So okay. All right. Here we go. Next. Now they're measuring it. Obviously, it's legal. I know you guys in chat are talking about it's legal. We debunked that already. I read the TMZ article that it's out there. Go to TMZ, type up TMZ Karmelo Anthony knife. It'll tell you it was legal. It's legal to carry this knife, right? There's no debate there. There shouldn't be any debate. It's totally legal, all right? Now, let's continue here. I just don't understand why this knife has so many different colors. Also, we don't know whose knife it belongs to. Let's get that straight. Let's start there. Whose knife does this belong to? Number one. Because according to the Metcalfs, he gave the twins, he got the twins this knife. Bandy. 3XL. Bandy. It must be a teammate. It must be a teammate that helped him. Has to be. But it's so bloody. You think he took off his jacket and was like using it to like, what do you guys think about this? Look at this jacket. Did he take off this jacket to help? Why is this jacket bloody? Huh? What do you guys think? Why is this jacket bloody? If it's not Austin's. What do you guys think about that? And whose knife is this? What do you guys think about that? Whose knife does this belong to? Is there one? Is there two? Why don't they look the same to me? I'm just like, I'm stuck in this. They do not look the same. Look at this. Now, this looks like a hunter green sort of color. This looks gray. And this looks, well, not gray. It's like a very light gray. And this looks like a dark gray. I don't get it, you guys. Is this two knives they're showing us? All right, many questions here that the jurors were not even asking, right? The jurors didn't, like, you think the jurors are like, all right, let's take a look at this evidence, guys. Come on, let's grab some bench. Let's talk about this, right? No, not at all. No. Unanimous. Less than 3 hours, less than 2 hours. Guilty. This is weird to me, you guys. This is a lot of blood. This is hella blood from that kid. You think that kid just took off his jacket and we don't have, that's the other part of it, that we don't have the transcripts. We don't have the transcripts. So these are questions that perhaps if I was in court, if this trial was open to the public and recorded and videoed and whatever, these are questions I wouldn't even have to be asking you guys, because I would have heard the witness say, oh yeah, that was my jacket. I would have heard the witness or whatever testimonies, in court, but we don't hear that. There is a lack of transparency in this case, and it's troubling. It's troubling. Texas, get it together. Get it fucking together. This is not the 1800s. It's 2026. Get it fucking together. See, now it's opened. Okay. Notice how there's like no blood on any of Karmelo's things. This was inside Karmelo's backpack. Okay, that's his sweatshirt here. There's a little blood here though. Look at. See that? I mean, could be, maybe not. Yeah. Is there DNA? That's another thing. Where is the freaking forensics? Where is the goddamn forensics to this case? Where? Did they test this? Did they test this for DNA? Whose is it? Okay. What else? Did they test this for DNA? Whose blood is this? Whose is this? Was this tested for DNA? Was this tested? Where is the forensics? Where is the DNA forensics? Whose blood is this? Where's the DNA? Who was holding the knife? Where is the goddamn DNA? Where is the forensics? Get it together, Texas. Get it together. The fuck, man? It's a first-degree murder trial. And you're playing like fucking... This is not the police fucking academy. It's not the police fucking academy. Like, that doesn't... Whose blood is that? Is it blood? Is it blood? Is it not? We don't know. We don't know. Right? Nothing. Why didn't they take a picture of his face so we can see if he was bruised? Why didn't they do that? No? They're just going to point out this little thing here? That's it? How about his knuckles? Can we see his knuckles? No? Can't see his knuckles either? God, you suck. You fucking suck. This police officer sucks. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. So here's the wounds. Here is the wounds that killed him. Trigger warning. So you're telling me this wound killed him? Is that it? Because it's 2 inches. 2 inches. We don't have the autopsy report. I'll show you what we have. It's in here somewhere. Okay, this is good. This is before they moved the tarp. This is good here. Yes, this is what we need. All right, before they moved the tarp, this is where it was located, okay? Now, if we count Karmelo was up here. Okay. Here we go. What is going on here and here? Okay. Here we go. We're down to the autopsy now. That's the last page. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so here's where it happened right here a second. Now here it is. This is all we have. Nothing else. Just this. Okay. Keep in mind, you guys have seen autopsy reports. You know how it works. No name. Oh, okay, Collin County. Collin County Medical Examiner. Again, we were not in court. Zero transparency. We have no idea what the medical examiner said. We were not in court. We don't have the transcripts. I tried requesting for the transcripts. It's over. They're not going to give them to me. They're working on the appellate case. It's over. I don't have the transcripts, you guys. I don't know what the medical examiner testified. I don't know what the medical examiner testified. This is who? Who is this medical examiner? Case 25. This is it? This looks like we're in a police academy here. We're learning. This is like we're learning. Here's a sample. Here's a sample. Yeah, just fill this out for me real quick. That is not the size of what I just saw in that photo. 2-inch length. Infirm, sharp, manger, smooth. What? Manger? I can't even read what the fuck they're writing here. 2 inches. I need to know more. I need to know more. If I'm a juror, no, I can't even say guilty or not guilty. This is insufficient for me to make a judgment on whether or not Karmelo is innocent or guilty for first-degree murder. This is insane. I know they have to have toxicology. They have to have toxicology. There should be other medical diagnosis happening here. What the fuck is this? What if this wasn't the deadly wounds? You get what I'm saying? What if what got him was something else, not this wound? What if he died for another? What if the cause of death was another reason? I don't know. Come on. I need to see everything. When a medical examiner, just fucking Google it. What should a medical examiner report include? Right? Simple. A complete medical examiner's case file preliminary includes 3 core documents: the investigative report, the autopsy report, and the toxicology report. Together, these documents establish the official identity of the descendant, the circumstances of their demise, and the formal medical determinations. What the fuck is this you're showing us? What the fuck is this bullshit? Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me with this shit? Here, let me show you. I'm done. I'm done with this one. Let's close it out. Let's close it out. Ready? What should a medical examiner report include? The internet. The internet. For some things, the internet is, thank you. Like, you know, for some things, the internet is useful. For things like this. For educational purposes, the internet is super useful. It's telling you right here. A complete medical examiner's case file preliminary includes 3 core documents: the investigative report, the autopsy report, the toxicology report. Together, these documents establish the official identity of the decedent, the circumstances of their demise, and the formal medical determinations. Where is everything else, Texas? Texas, get it together. Get it fucking together, because that stupid diagram you sent us is not going to cut it. No, baby. Not for a first-degree murder. Fuck out of here. This document is generated by the medical legal death investigator who evaluates the scene. It establishes the backgrounds and environments in which the death occurred and includes the descendants' information: name, age, race, sex, and home address. Did we have that? Did we just see that? No, we didn't see that. It's the name blank. Incident details: date, time, and location of both the death and the initial discovery, the scene findings, the condition of the body, the environmental factors, the evidence present and labeling, social and medical history, pre-existing health conditions, medications, and relevant lifestyle factors, witness statements, notes from interviews with first responders, family members, and or witnesses. The post-mortem exam, the autopsy report, is performed. The forensic pathologist provides a detailed, systematic documentation of the internal and external physical examination. This includes external examination, the demographics, condition of the body, and the catalog of all of the injuries, scars, and marks, everything. The internal examination, a meticulous organ by organ description of the body's internal cavities and systems, noting any natural disease processes or trauma. Microscopic exam, analysis of tissue samples taken from organs to identify underlying cellular disease or microscopic injuries. Evidence of medical intervention, documentation of any life-saving procedures, the cause and manner of death. Did we see the cause and manner of death, you guys? Did we just see that? No. Again, I ask you, Roach, Judge Roach, where the fuck is the transparency that you claim? Where is it? Toxicology report. I'm hearing rumors that there was something in his system. I don't know. Drugs. I don't know specifically which drug, but that's a rumor. I'm curious where they're getting that information, because we don't have a toxicology report in here. Okay. So next thing I want to share, let's go to the police report. Your mother what? Your mother what versus? You're not smart. You're so dumb. You're not smart. You're so dumb. People are so dumb. People really think that, oh my God, I'm going to hurt her. How old are you? How old are you? Oh my God, I'm going to hurt her feelings. Let me call her stupid and dumb. Let me call her all these names. Oh my God, you're going to hurt my feelings. I'm going to stop streaming. I'm going to stop talking about this case. Are you guys dumb? Thank you. I appreciate the very smart critical thinkers in the chat. Thank you, critical thinkers. Thank you. Did he overdose? How can we rule that out? Can we rule it out? No, we cannot. Can we rule out an overdose? No, because we don't have the toxicology report. Like, y'all are so... Please keep your shitty ass comments to yourselves. Like, you're not hurting anyone, baby. You're only hurting yourself. All right. So here we go with this police report. Let's read it. All right, I'm going to all right. Now, let's get into the specifics, the details. Remember, the devil is in the details, baby. The devil is in the details. It's what they're not telling us that we need to look into. It's what they're not saying. All right. Okay. We know that the first two responders were Cortez and Richie. All right. So first and foremost, I want you guys to look at this picture. You see the creases on you see this? I want this picture. I want this picture in color, and I want this, we need this picture, because the other picture they're showing us is not it. It's not it. You want to see it again? Let's compare the two, shall we? Let's compare the two. Here we go. We're going to the state exhibit, and we're going to compare these two photos, and you're going to tell me there's no way. There's no way. You see, okay, ready? Take a screenshot of this real quick. Right? You're going to screenshot this button. Ready? Screenshot this photo. Now watch this. I hope you took a screenshot of that photo. Did you? Did you take a screenshot of that? Because if you compare this to the police report photo, the photo on the police report, something's wrong. Something's missing here. Something's missing here. Where are the creases? Where are the creases on his forehead? What's going on? Let's go back. Check it out. See that? This is the photo we want. This is the unedited, in my opinion, unedited photo that we need. This bullshit. This bullshit. Don't play. Don't play with me, Texas. Don't play with me, Texas. Don't mess with me. We ain't dumb here. We know what's happening. Okay. So, Cortez here says, I already read this out, right? Okay. Now, I want to highlight something on here. Here. First thing, we hear it in the body cam, obviously, right? I gave the suspect instructions to keep his hands up in the air. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, I was protecting myself. So I know that he also says, I did it. He says, he put his hands on me. I told him not to. But I just want you to make note of the very first thing he said. The very first thing he says was, I was protecting myself. Think about that. It wasn't, I did it. That wasn't his first thing. His first thing was, I was protecting myself. Okay. Then he was patted down. He said he put his hands on me. Now, I want to discuss this part of it too, because everyone is out there claiming, oh, he didn't say, Karmelo didn't say they put his hands on me. Karmelo didn't say they jumped me. Karmelo didn't say, you know, these 4 guys were jumping me. Karmelo didn't say that. Karmelo said he put his hands on me. Correct. Think about the context. He put his hands on me was said when Austin was hurt. He put his hand on me is not excluding that he was jumped. He put his hands on me does not mean he wasn't jumped. It's not excluding the fact that he could have possibly been jumped. He put his hands on me is, think of the context. You have Austin on the ground. You have people working on Austin. He hears all this. We'll play the body cam. He hears all of this. He hears people working on, come on, Austin. Come on, Austin. Come on, Austin. You hear the coach. Come on, Austin. You can do it. That is all happening. That is all happening while Karmelo is being put in handcuffs. So yes, he put his hands on me. He's talking about Austin that's being worked on the grounds. Of course, he didn't say I was jumped. He's talking about what is happening. Context matters. Context matters. Let's go ahead and play that for a quick second. If you guys don't, let's go ahead and play that footage. Since we're in the weeds here, let's do it. And we have a very good one that I uploaded, which has the captions. So I'm going to play that one. Let's go there. Karmelo, where you at? Where you at, buddy? Playlist. Sorry, you guys. Thank you for being here on this Saturday morning. I just wanted to talk about it. We need to talk about this. This case was not handled. This case was mishandled. Here we go. All right, you guys ready? I'm going to play the.
Wilson is among the greatest. Shervin Jones came through her 5,000 role models.
Here we go. I have a Karmelo for new subscribers, members, or new. If you're new here, thank you. I appreciate you. Even if we don't agree, it's good to hear different perspectives, you guys. I listen to people that I don't agree with all the time. You know, because I can't be right all the time. You can't be right all the time. So thank you if you're here. Here it is. I'm going to play the footage. It begins with Richie. And then it goes on to Cortez body cam, okay? Check this out. Let me know if you can hear this, please. Thank you.
It's the alleged suspect. Okay. No, I'm not. I know how it goes. I'm not alleged. Okay.
Oh, the audio. I didn't realize the audio on this is super low. Oh my God, I have to re-upload it. I'm so sorry.
Hold on.
Yes. Oh, no wonder I didn't get any views on it or likes. Everyone's like, bitch, get your act together. We can't hear this shit. This is low. I'm sorry. I'm gonna re-upload it with higher audio. Oh no.
I don't know how to respond to that.
It's the alleged suspect. Okay. No, I'm not.
Listen. This is the alleged suspect. He says, I am. And then he says, no, I'm not. Did you guys miss that part too? Because you guys only highlight what you want to highlight.
It's the alleged suspect. Okay. No, I'm not.
No, I'm not. I am. Then he says, no, I'm not. You hear that, guys? The alleged suspect. I am. No, I'm not. Listen. I know how it goes. I honestly don't even think he knows what alleged means. I don't think he knows what alleged means.
It's the alleged suspect. Okay. No, I'm not. I know how it goes. I'm not.
I know how it go. I know how it goes. Because I know this is... You're at a disadvantage. He knew that. He's black. You're already at a disadvantage, baby. I mean, this is not about race, but it's the goddamn truth. You're already at a disadvantage. I already know how it goes, he says. Yep, sure enough. I'm not alleged. I did it. That's the part you guys want me to play, right? You want to hear that over and over again. I'm not alleged. I did it, right? Everyone wants to hear that over and over again. He did it. He did it. He said it. Okay, let's hear it again.
It's the alleged suspect. Okay. No, I'm not. I know how it goes. I'm not alleged. Okay. Hold on.
All right. Now this is when Cortez initially. I should have done that backwards. I should have done Richie at the end, but I started with Richie. So here's when he first goes up to Karmelo Anthony. Now listen to some of the things Karmelo is saying in the background that I picked up, okay? I added the captions for that as well. You guys can hear this, right? Can you guys hear? No, it's not what I mean. I think it's society. I think it's society and it's history. And do I have to talk about Black history here too? Like, are you guys okay out there? Are you guys dense? Like, what is going on? Do I have to talk? Yeah, 2 feet my ass, bitch. I love it. I love it. Okay, let's go. Oh my God, I can't believe I got to talk about Black history here. What? Like, are you guys? Well, I guess they're not teaching Black history anymore in school, so I get it. they're not teaching you guys Black history, right? Is that why? Like, what the fuck? Oh my God, you guys are something else. You heard I was protecting myself. I'm not debating that he didn't say I did it. He obviously said he did it. I'm not debating that. That's not up for debate. He said it. I have it on here. If you want me to play it again, I will. I'm not debating that. But what's important to know is that the very first thing he says was he was protecting himself. I think he was already claiming self-defense from his perspective, which we did not get to hear because he didn't testify. So we don't get to hear Karmelo's side of the story. So this is why his words on this body cam footage are important, in my opinion.
If somebody is shooting the victim, they need to be over there. Under a memorial pen. If somebody is shooting the victim, they need to be over there. Under a memorial pen. Okay. Hold on. If somebody is shooting the victim, they need to be over there. Under a memorial pen. Don't reach for anything, all right, man? Stop right there for me. Dispatch 443. I got the suspects, and they're currently treating the victim. Again, he's on the north end of the stadium. All right. Any weapons on you like that? Go ahead. I'll look here.
You heard? How long? I wonder why he said how long. How long? What does that mean? Huh. That part is interesting. I hear Karmelo say how long. Who is he's asking how long? That's weird, huh? Did you guys hear that part? He put his hands on me. I know I am not guilty. Let me back it up. Listen. You heard that? So yes, he said he did it. He said he did it, but he also said he's not guilty. Are you guys hearing this? Check it out.
I'll look here.
He put his hands on me. I know I'm not guilty. Should I play it again? Let's do a slow-mo. Slow motion for you. Let's do it one more time. See? So yes, he said he's alleged. He said, yeah, I'm alleged. I did it. But check this out. Okay. So that is his perspective. That is his perspective.
Yeah, back up a little bit. Come over here for me. Over here. I'm gonna put your handcuffs for now, okay? Dispatch 443. Everybody can slow down. I got the alleged suspect in handcuffs right now, detained. Everyone else can slow down. Suspect's detained in handcuffs. Hold on. You can open up the channel, and medics are clear to come in. Have them come to the northeast entrance. That's gonna be a gate that's wide open there, and then you come to the victim from there.
You hear the background. Come on, you hear the backgrounds. You really do. You hear them working on Karmelo. I'm sorry, on Austin.
Suspects. Okay. We'll figure that out. Okay.
Maybe this audio is not good enough, but in the background during this time right here, when he's being placed in handcuffs, You hear the commotion in the background. You hear, come on, Carmelo, come on, Austin, come on, Austin.
What's right there in a minute? So nothing on your person at all? Nothing? Mind if I reach in your pockets and stuff and all that? Nothing gonna stab me? Okay. I'm gonna be a little personal there, okay? Just to make sure. Okay.
Something else I want to point out was he read his Miranda rights.
All right. The victim's going to be underneath that tent over there, so I'll get medics.
The victim is underneath the tent. I'll get medics, right? So again, context matters. We're talking about Austin here. This is about Austin. All right. The victim is over here. We're going to get the medics. All right. So context. Ready?
Memorial tent over there, guys. All right.
He put his hands on me. Again, context. Context. Okay. He is telling the medics, this is that as he's walking out and he's letting the medics know, hey, he's under the memorial tent. Go. See? Here's the fire department. Here's the fire department, right? He's telling them, the victim, Austin is over there by the memorial tent. This is the context matters. So you want to claim he said something, but listen to this.
Memorial tent over there, guys.
Memorial tent over there. Go. Now, you're Karmelo. You're seeing help is coming for Austin. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, I fucked up. I don't think he intended to kill him. I don't think he intended to kill him is my point here. I don't think he intended to kill Austin. And shit just got real for him. This is real. Karmelo, you fucked up. I am not condoning his actions. He killed another human being. That person could have been my son, my brother, my nephew, my whatever. I'm not condoning that behavior. He killed someone, you guys. He's seeing his life crash right before his eyes. Oh, shit. They're bringing medics. Austin may not make it. Austin may not make it. He's handcuffs, walk into the police car. His life is over. Life is over. He put his hands on me. So again, people keep saying, oh, why didn't he say they put his hands on me? Well, the medics are coming to handle Austin. That's why. Because it was Austin who he hurt, who he killed. That's why he is saying he. This does not exclude the fact that Karmelo could have been jumped. This does not take away, this statement does not take away from the fact that Karmelo could have been jumped underneath the tent.
He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me.
What's happening right now? Victim is over here in the north end. They got staff standing to him right now. This is the alleged suspect. Already? No.
Again, no Miranda rights. Was he read his Miranda rights?
Sir, something's got nothing on him.
I don't know what happened.
And here, he says self-defense. He already knows. He's like, I'm done. Listen. He says, is this self-defense? He asked Officer Ritchie.
They got staff standing to him right now. This is the alleged suspect. Already? No.
Is this considered self-defense? He says.
Sir, something's got nothing on him.
I don't know what happened.
And she says, I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened.
Already? No. Sir, something's got nothing on
I
him.
don't know what happened.
Again, he has right. They're taking him in. I have to see the police report. We got to see if he was read his Miranda rights.
Up to you. It's up to you. This is closer. Let me do one more little check of you, okay? Yes, you don't mind for reaching your pockets, anything like that? You good?
I'm wearing some little under. Like no man, I don't think so.
What's your name, man?
Karmelo Anthony, Karmelo.
Okay. Have a seat here real quick, man. Watch your head. Let me check your hood here, buddy, okay?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll tell you what, lean this way so you're not resting on your hands, okay? All right, see a little bit of blood on your hands there, okay? All right. So your first name is Karmelo? Let's see, hold on one second. I don't know yet, man. Karmelo, C-A-R-A.
K-A-R.
Okay, and then he asked, is he going to be okay?
Karmelo, blood on your hands there, okay? All right. So your first name is Karmelo? Let's see, hold on one second.
Is he going to be okay? Does that sound like someone that intended to kill a person? I don't know. Is he going to be okay? I don't know.
I don't know yet, man. Karmelo, C-A-R-A.
K-A-R.
K-A-R.
M-E-L-O.
M-E-L-O. Karmelo, what's your last name? A-N-T-H. O-N-Y. Where are you in?
I'm in 12th grade.
10th grade? You go to Emerson?
No, sir.
Where do you go? Centennial. Okay.
I'm in 12th grade.
12th grade?
Yes.
Okay. No, Centennial. All right, sit tight for me real quick, bud, all right?
Okay, now what I want to share is this. Let's talk about it. Because let's talk about it, right? I want to share this. Ready? Let's educate ourselves here. Because this is educational channel. It's for educational purposes. We're all learning in here. Okay. The Miranda rights process refers to what police must do in the United States when a person is taken into custody and interrogated. It comes from the Supreme Court case Miranda versus Arizona in 1966. When Miranda rights must be read, police are required to give Miranda warnings only when both are true. The person is in custody, it's not free to leave. The person is being interrogated. If either condition is missing, they usually don't have. If either condition is missing, they usually don't have to read the rights. What the Miranda warning includes, officers must inform you. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided. Those are our rights. Let's not forget about our rights because this is the reason why I am covering this case. It's because we have constitutional and civil rights. Okay? The fact that no one is talking about this just makes me wonder, do you even care about your rights then? Ma'am, sir, do you care about your rights? Because I do. I sure as hell do. Custody begins, arrest or equivalent restraints. Officer gives Miranda warning. Suspect is asked if they understand their rights. I don't hear this. I don't hear this. Important legal facts. If police fail to read Miranda rights statements made during custodial interrogation may be suppressed in court, excluded as evidence. If it does not automatically dismiss charges, it only affects what evidence can be used. Was Karmelo Anthony read his Miranda rights? I don't have any reliable publicly verified record showing whether Karmelo Anthony was read his Miranda rights in that case. The details is usually only confirmed through body cam. We didn't hear it. We didn't hear it at all. I don't see it in the police report. Let me look again. Hang on. Let me do a control F, Miranda. Nope. It doesn't say in the police report that he was read his Miranda rights. Pretrial suppression hearings. We don't have the transcripts. One, it's not here. It's not here. We don't know, and we don't know because we don't have that information. In many cases, whether Miranda warnings were given becomes a legal issue at a suppression hearing. And I don't even think they had a suppression hearing. I don't even think they had a suppression hearing. Defendant was advised of Miranda rights and waived them, or statement suppressed due to the lack of Miranda warnings. If you want, tell me the state or specific case docket and I can help you track down there. Oh, I do have that. Hang on. Yes, I have that, baby, because I emailed these people. Let's see. Here it is. Okay. State of Texas versus Karmelo Sincere Anthony. Case 296-83565, 2025. Okay, I looked up the docket information for State of Texas versus Karmelo Sincere Anthony. Case, cause number, What the public court record shows, the available public case register information confirms. The case is a felony murder prosecution filed by indictment. It is being heard by Judge John Roach Jr. It lists procedural events, subpoenas, orders, gag orders, protective orders. It does not include interrogation details, body cam footage, or Miranda warnings. We have body cam footage, though. What do you mean? So was he read his Miranda rights? There is no publicly posted court record or docket entry confirming whether Karmelo Anthony was read his Miranda rights. That information would only appear in, bottom line, not publicly confirmed one way or the other. Miranda compliance would be litigated separately if it mattered to evidence. Can this be a cause for appeal? Yes, a Miranda violation can be a basis for appeal, but only under specific conditions, and it's not automatically enough to overturn a conviction. When it can support an appeal, a defendant can argue on appeal that they were in custody and interrogated, police failed to give Miranda warnings, or they failed to give the Miranda warnings, because you have him on body cam saying, I did it, but a Miranda warning, it's supposed to give the person being detained, it's supposed to alert you that anything you say, again, anything you say can be used against you in court. He was not given that warning. He was not given that warning. The officer just kept saying, okay, okay. When he said, I did it or whatever, the officer's like, okay. But you didn't read him his Miranda rights. In many cases, whether Miranda warnings were given, and the court record will state things like defendant was advised of Miranda rights and waived them, or statement suppressed due to the lack of. This is the part. Here we go. Here we go. This should have been suppressed. This evidence should have been suppressed because what? Because due to the lack of Miranda rights. So that statement that you're hearing, the body cam, should have been suppressed in court during a suppression hearing because he was not given his Miranda rights. It doesn't matter. So our rights don't fucking matter. I'm done with y'all. Holy shit, I got 140 of y'all in here. Oh man. All right, let's keep going. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. This is an important debate. This is important. This is important. Not only, it's important for our future. It's important for the future of our society, this case here. Not only this case, that Chow case, that Richard Chow case, you guys. Y'all don't want to hear this. Y'all don't want to hear this today. Y'all don't want to hear this. Do you know that this man killed this man killed this young poor boy, and he was innocent, not guilty? Do you know that? Y'all don't want to hear this. It seems like y'all don't want to hear this. This is going on. Open your eyes, guys. Open your eyes. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you. We can do this. Look what is happening. Look what is happening here. We have a not guilty verdict. Look, he looks like Trayvon Martin too. He looks like Trayvon Martin too. I mean, I got the chills. I got the chills when I said that. Look at what's happening here. You have a man that shooting a black kid to death because allegedly he believed that he stole some water, a water bottle. He ran after him and shot him dead. Not guilty of murder. What's going on here? Like, what is really happening here? Sounds like Carmelo Anthony all over again. They did not do much to humanize the victim. Unreal. Unreal. This makes me angry. come on. I mean, I know you guys heard about that. I know you guys heard about the story. If you haven't, poor kid. It looks just like Trayvon Martin. That's another one. That's another case. Why was this self-defense for Zimmerman, who killed Trayvon Martin? It was self-defense for him, so it was okay for him to do that, right? Oh my God, I wasn't sharing it. Oh, I suck. I'm so sorry, guys. Here we go. I am so sorry. Here we go. Here's what I was playing. Let's do this again.
And good evening now. We begin tonight with the latest in the Rick Chow murder trial, as today marks 3 years since 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belton was shot and killed outside a Columbia gas station.
And today, jurors heard hours of emotional testimony from witnesses while also seeing newly released body camera and store surveillance video from the day of that shooting. We want to show you one of those moments right now.
I don't got no water in my pocket, but I'll still be warm.
In this video, you see Cyrus wearing a red jacket, telling Rick Chow's wife he does not have any water in his pockets before picking up his backpack and walking out of the store.
And shortly after, Cyrus was chased by Rick Chow and his son, Andy, before the teenager was shot.
News 19's Kiki Gushu was in the courtroom for all of today's testimony and the moment these videos were shown to.
Hi, Mick Wop. I don't know if you're just joining, but also I love that. I love your avatar there. I think that's is that the Arches in National Park? Anyway, I read that out already. I did read that out already, and according to that's not true. What you're stating is not factual. What you're stating is not factual. It doesn't apply only when the suspect is in custody. I'm sorry. Rights only apply when yes. No, you are correct. Mick Wop, you are correct. It applies when the suspect is in custody. So are you stating that he wasn't in custody? I'm confused because he was in custody, wasn't he? But yeah, I get what you're saying. I get where you're coming from. But he was in custody, so he should have been given his Miranda rights. He was in custody. Okay. Yeah, this Rick Chow.
Jurors.
She is joining us right now from outside the Richland County Courthouse with the latest update. Hi there, Kiki.
Erica, JR, today's testimony moved away from what happened in the street that night Cyrus Carmack Belton was shot and moved back into the Shell gas station that Rick Chow owned. Now, today, most of the afternoon was spent showing the jurors, the prosecution showing the jurors, surveillance video from that Shell gas station. They also brought to the stand a new witness, investigator Tama Jordan. Now, the state played surveillance footage showing Cyrus inside the store and questioned former investigator Tama Jordan about the gas station's camera system. Jordan testified Rick Chow's familiar with the surveillance equipment, and prosecutors repeatedly asked whether those cameras could have been used to help identify Cyrus later rather than chasing him.
Do you think you would have some tools to help identify him?
Yes.
And investigate whether or not he had stolen water?
Yes.
Do you feel confident law enforcement could have handled this?
Absolutely.
Also presented testimony from a firearms expert who said the bullet recovered in the case matched a Glock 45. Late in the day, the defense shifted its focus to Cyrus's position.
But he put the water back. He didn't even steal anything. I think he put the water back. This is insane.
Possession of a firearm, showing jurors a social media photo taken the night before the shooting that showed him holding the same gun found at the scene. The final witness of the day was a forensic pathologist who testified about the path of the bullet through Cyrus's body, as attorneys continue to debate what his position was the moment he was shot. And court has now wrapped for the day. The state is expected to rest tomorrow, and then it will be the defense's turn to bring witnesses to the stand. At 11, I'll be bringing you a recap of all of today's testimony.
Okay, that was good. Okay, so let's go back to this case. Yeah, you're right, McWap. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Thank you. I understand. I read it. I don't know if you're just coming in, but I read out that same exact thing you said. That same exact comment. I read it out already. Yes, correct. Miranda, right? You're correct. He was not in custody. He was detained. Custody was after he went to the police station. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, thank you, Wet Seal. I appreciate your comments. Okay, thank you for joining. Peace out. All right, so now let me go back to the police report. Here, you guys. Let's read this one more time. Okay. Here we go. Let's go down to the witness statements here. Okay. Here we go. Craig Thomas, Officer Craig Thomas. I immediately responded to the scene. Upon arrival, I first made contact with Officer Cortez, who was standing next to the marked police vehicle. Officer Cortez advised he had detained the suspect. Detained the suspect. Okay. I get what you guys are saying. He's not actually in custody, okay? And he was in the patrol vehicle. Okay, so once he's in custody, he will be given his Miranda rights. Okay, so I then responded to the victim's scene that was in the north bleachers. As I walked up, I noticed Frisco Fire Department personnel was attempting to provide life-saving measures to Austin underneath the Memorial High School tent. As the officers worked the scene, I was asked to respond to the stadium medical locker room area. So he went over to the locker room area and he spoke to these witnesses. He separated them until the detectives could speak with them. Okay, so he went into the locker room and he then separated them. But again, they may have had time to get their story straight. Okay, that's where I'm getting at here. So we have three guys, J.E. This is Eddie. I'm not going to say his last name, but this is the gentleman that, according to testimony, he knows Karmelo Anthony and dabbed him up underneath the tent. So he's the mutual friend. All right. So this officer interviewed these three guys. While with them, I was told, I am interested if Officer Craig Thomas took the stand. Because if he was one of the ones to take statements from these witnesses initially, he should have taken the stand and given his account of this, right? While with them, I was told to take their cell phones from them and later turned them over. Now, it is unclear if these cell phones were I know they took their cell phones, but they take the data. I don't know. I'm not sure what this means. They just took them and gave it back to them. That's confusing. After being relieved, I was asked to make contact with all of the athletes that had been placed on the school buses. Below is a list of students who identified themselves as witnesses, that they were witnesses to the stabbing. Okay, there's a long list here, all right? These are the people. They're Lebanon Trial High School girls, Liberty High School boys. So it's guys from different teams, you guys. It's not just one team. Memorial High School boys track. So I'm interested why didn't the defense call these witnesses that were not in Austin's team, that could have given an unbiased account of what occurred, right? Then we have Memorial High School boys track. These are the guys, Frisco, all right? There's a lot. There's quite a lot of them here. Then he says, I was also met by the following coaches who advised they witnessed the incident. Curious, because if they witnessed the incident, why did they let it get to that level? You know what I mean? McCall Gonzalez heard the suspects confess to the stabbing. Oh, that's different than witnessing the incident. That's different then. Heard suspect confess to stabbing. Again, that's not witnessing the incident. These two did. Lakeisha and Mindy, these two. I'm interested if these two testified here. They witnessed the incident, not just the confession, the incident, guys. So it's very important to know if they testified. And where are their statements, right? I met with them. He says, I met with them. Okay, where are their statements then, right? So we're missing that. Was it recorded? It doesn't say. What does NFI mean? It doesn't say if these statements were recorded. Like, did he have his body cam on? Then we have Avila's, Miller. That's it. Yeah, nothing further. Nothing further, nothing further, man. All right. What's next? Let's go on to here. Okay, so let's check out the playlist here. Karmelo Anthony. Okay.
A major development in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial. After calling 21 witnesses to date, the state rested its case against the Frisco teen charged in the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf. During rare Saturday testimony, prosecutors closed out their case without calling Metcalf's twin brother to the stand. Anthony's defense team now setting out to prove this was a justified killing. NBC5's Maria Guerrero has more from Collin County.
Only the jury seeing graphic images of the autopsy, the medical examiner detailing how the folding.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk about self-defense.
Believe it or not, coming from a Black American, I actually think it's going to be a fair trial. I don't think the racial tension is going to affect the case. I believe in the judge. I also believe in the prosecutor, and I heard that Mike Howard, the attorney for the defense side, is actually good.
Those are comments outside of the courthouse where we are in Texas this hour for day one of the Karmelo Anthony trial. He's a defendant charged with first-degree murder for the fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet. Key pieces of evidence in this trial are going to be the surveillance footage from the stadium and witness statements.
Hi, McWop. I mean, it's already done, right? He's the defense. He had a weak defense. The defense really didn't give a case to self-defense. He didn't argue a self-defense case for Karmelo Anthony. So I'm struggling with that. I'm struggling with the jury selection. I'm struggling with the way the case was handled. So I don't think the charge fits this case, in my opinion.
That surveillance video has already come out inside of the courtroom, but we're taking a look at what those statements were in the police report. From
the bottom line, I do not think that Karmelo Anthony received a fair trial, is my opinion, and that's my bottom line. I don't think he received a fair trial, and I'm not doing this because he's Black, because had he been white, I'd be on here stating the same. You guys, if you follow my content, you can go and watch my coverage into the Idaho 4. Brian Kohlberger. Is Brian Kohlberger Black? No, Brian Kohlberger is not Black. And I think he's innocent. I think he did not do the crime. I don't think Brian Kohlberger is guilty. It has nothing to do about race. If it was Austin that did not receive a fair trial, I would be talking about it as well, you guys. It has nothing to do with black and white. Please stop it. Stop it with the racial comments. It's getting annoying. It's getting annoying.
The people who witnessed the incident. So a school resource officer was taking down these statements in the police report. Let's take a look at witness statement number 1. And this is a minor, a witness that was sitting under the Memorial High pop-up tent with his team near the victim, Austin Metcalf. The suspect, Karmelo Anthony, was from Centennial High and was sitting under the Memorial High tent. Austin told Karmelo that he needed to move out from under their team's tent. Karmelo grabbed his bag, opened it, reached inside, and proceeded to tell Austin, quote, "Touch me and see what happens."
See, this is conflicting with statements from Hunter, because Hunter's interview states that Austin grabbed his bag, that Austin grabbed Karmelo's bag. But this witness is saying that Karmelo grabbed his bag and opened it and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, "Touch me and see what happens." So how could Karmelo have been doing this if Austin had already grabbed his backpack?
No one really thought Karmelo really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Karmelo. Then Karmelo told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Karmelo to tell him to move, and Karmelo pulled.
A short time later? This is similar to like eventually, a short time later. Again, time is missing here. There's time missing.
Pulled out what this witness recalled as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest and then ran away. Let's talk about what that statement means for this case. Joining us to discuss, we have trial attorney Mark O'Mara still with us and former prosecutor Nicole DeBoard with us. Thanks so much for being with us and breaking down this case for our viewers. Nicole, I want to start with you. With that witness statement, if you're just focusing on that, if that was the only witness to take the stand in front of this jury, do you think that this sounds like murder or self-defense?
I gotta say, this is gonna be a tall mountain to climb for the defense. It sounds very much like murder. There's a couple of things that really create an issue here, because under Texas law, you cannot bring a weapon to a confrontation. And based on that statement alone, essentially what we're hearing is that the person who was provoking the encounter, because he's saying, "Touch me and see what happens," is actually the person who has appeared at the encounter with a weapon. Certainly that's not going to be what the defense has to say about it, but I will say this does sound like a tall hill to climb in terms of self-defense.
Yeah, the defense did try to clean that up in their opening statements with whether he said, touch me and see what happens, or touch me and don't touch me and we'll be cool.
Hi, Jules. Thank you for joining us.
Mark, I want to show you witness statement number 2 in this police report. This witness stated to police that they were all sitting on the bleachers under a Memorial High tent when another male he did not know walked over and sat under the tent. That would be Karmelo Anthony. Austin told this male that since he didn't go to Memorial, he had to leave the tent. Austin and the male went back and forth. Then Austin stood up and pushed the male to get him out of the tent. During the time of the arguing, the male was...
Yes, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Shantae. Welcome there. You found your tribe. We found you, girl. Thank you.
reaching around in the bag that he had. It was at this time that the male took out the knife and stabbed Austin and then left the scene. They're substantially the same, Mark, in terms of what they are saying. There are a few differences, but what's your take on whether or not, from those witness statements at the time that this happened, where do you think the jury would?
Exactly. That's the thing. If we had full and complete transparency, there wouldn't be this rage out here. There wouldn't be all of this rage going on here. You know, everyone's sick of, oh my God, you're still talking about this. You're still talking about, yeah, because we feel as our rights were violated here. You know, what does that say about our future? You know, come on. Great comment there.
Land on a case like this?
You know, it's fun. It's going to be a tough call. And I know that's an easy thing to say. You can't lose if you say you're in the middle. It's going to be a tough call for these reasons. When you actually do an analysis of self-defense, there are different components. You know, the argument that Karmelo Anthony was there and he shouldn't have been there. Well, that's okay, but this is not, it's not your bleachers. You don't get to throw people out because of a tent. That's an argument that you're going to see the defense make. Why did the eventual victim in this case decide that it was his role to kick him out? And then there's a tussling back and forth. And then, unfortunately, Mr. Metcalf did seemingly start the fight, so to speak, right? He was what we might call the aggressor and pushing him out or grabbing him and touching him. So under Florida law and also Texas law, and when you're the aggressor, when you first start the fight, so to speak, you may lose the protection. If it was Karmelo who started, Karmelo Anthony. Now we get to say shifted because
the thing I am also, there's other questions here related to who was underneath the tent first. Because the footage I am seeing, it goes from Karmelo walking underneath the tent. Right? We don't even see him walk underneath the tent. We just see him coming into the stadium, walking towards the tent. No timestamp, 0 timestamp, right? Then they show us a separate footage of the Metcalfs walking, power walking, I should add, walking very fast. You even see either Austin or Hunter, I can't make out which one, jogs to catch up. I have a video out there saying, oh my God, it looks like they're on a mission. They're on a mission. Because in my honest opinion, what if Karmelo was underneath the tent and they were on a mission to get him out of the tent? Wouldn't that make the Metcalfs the aggressors in this case? What do you guys think?
If Metcalf was the one who started the fight, now can Anthony respond to defend himself? We know he can. And then, as was mentioned a moment ago, you know, are you supposed to bring a knife to a fist fight? No. You're supposed to bring a gun to a fist fight? Absolutely not. But if you're there and starting to get attacked, which is what the defense is going to say, can you defend yourself? And what they're going to say is, Anthony doesn't need to wait until the first nasty strike, the first injury. He can presuppose what might happen, and he's allowed to defend himself. But
you hear what he's saying? You're hearing what this man's saying? This is the expert. This is an expert talking about self-defense.
Again, really a tough case.
again, who was the aggressor in this case? Who was the aggressor in this case? Did they make that clear to the jury? Did the defense make it clear that Karmelo was acting in self-defense? No. The prosecution, however, on the other hand, made it very clear. They made it very clear that Karmelo Anthony was the aggressor.
Because it really is in the middle, and we're talking about two 17-year-olds and not making fun of it, but neither of which were acting with real good reason. We joke and say that a male brain isn't fully developed until 25, and unfortunately the tragedy happened probably because of a mix of testosterone and immaturity that brought these two boys together.
This is why the defense, he should have had his experts lined up in this case. An expert for this, explaining the development, what Karmelo was going through, an expert for the epilepsy, the surgeon that did his surgery on the shoulder, everything. This defense failed him.
Yeah, Nicole, we talk a lot about whether race has a factor here, but I think age has a really big factor here. And not only the age of the defendant, the age of the stabbing victim, but also the ages of these witnesses who are going to be having to take the stand. This has been a traumatic experience for them, seeing their...
Exactly. They can be easily swayed. These young witnesses can be easily swayed. I saw photos out there where the Metcalf did a whole barbecue for the witnesses, had a whole barbecue. Again, easily influenced, and they say just about anything, right? Without any thought to the consequences of possibly, you're committing perjury here.
Friend stabbed in front of them. Do you anticipate that they'll be able to shed more light on what happened, or even if at the height of this, they'll be able to say whether there was this initial aggression that Mark is talking about? But at what level would it actually be warranted for self-defense, do you think? There's this push in the police report, there's the shoving, there's the grabbing. I saw that word in the police report as well. What would it have to be in order, in your mind, to be self-defense?
In order for this to be self-defense, the law says that the person using this deadly force has to believe that that deadly force is immediately necessary to prevent.
How were we going to know if that deadly force was immediately necessary if the defense never argued to that? The defense never argued to that. So how was the jury supposed to know that?
Prevent serious bodily injury or death.
How was the jury supposed to know that if an argument was not raised about self-defense? Karmelo was not put on the stand to testify and tell us himself that he was threatened or felt like his life was in danger.
So this is self-defense. You cannot pull out a gun or a knife, a weapon which can be used as a deadly weapon, say, in response to a minor assault. That's unfortunately not what the law allows. If you think that you are at risk of being seriously harmed, it is a different calculus. So that is what the defense is going to have to demonstrate. And really, the Texas law on the defense's side, one thing that might potentially make this a little bit easier for them is once they have made a claim that Karmelo actually believed that he was in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death, there's evidence of that in front of the jury. Once that happens, essentially what has to happen is that the prosecution has to disprove that. So these witnesses that we're going to hear from, which are just these young kids who are essentially, going to a high school track meet, have to be able to get up on the stand and really explain what was going on. And, on the prosecution side, I think these are going to be really compelling witnesses because of their youth on the one hand. On the other hand, they're going to have to endure adult cross-examination.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of cross-examination and people being on the stand, Mark O'Mara, I know we have to go to break soon, but I want to get your final thoughts. The defendant taking the stand, do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it is necessary here? Will we see that happen?
We always know that our own client is always our worst witness and his own worst enemy. And that's the problem. However, in a self-defense case, you almost have to take the stand to say, here's why I did what I did. Don't forget, self-defense is an affirmative act. I did it and I intended to do it, and here's why. So you have to say the why.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He didn't tell us why. Karmelo never told us the why. That was missing.
The other problem that the Anthony team is going to have to overcome that's relevant under Texas law and Florida law is if you're doing an event that you perceive to be self-defense, then once the threat is gone, you have an affirmative action to fix things a little bit. Flight away from the scene actually hurts the defense because once you've stabbed, once you've done what you had to do because of your self-defense right, okay, threat is gone, help, render aid, call the cops, stick around to give your opinion of self-defense. And I know we're talking about 17-year-olds, but anyone who leaves the scene and then argues self-defense is sort of inconsistent with their behavior.
Oh, yeah. We're going to talk a lot more about that and exactly what police say he did after he fled. Mark O'Mara, thank you so much for lending us your time and spending time helping us analyze this case. Nicole.
Okay, so I want to share something else because I'm very interested into what this person has to say here. Ready? Let's do this. Here we go. Let's go. So we know that Karmelo Anthony, he has a pro bono nude appellate team that's going to fight this appeal, and they're going to review. I mean, you got guys in civil leaders. You have Russell Wilson and Gary Bledsoe, who's the president of the Texas NAACP. We have Michael Ware. We have top dogs, top lawyers here in this new appellate case. And I want to hear what this chick has to say about it. Let's hear it. Because I just had
something extraordinary happen. This is the new appellate lawyer. Okay. One of, I think, 5 or 6. And he posted something online, which he then deleted almost immediately, but not soon enough. And here's what it reads. 35 years. They showed no mercy. He's clearly referring to the jury because that's the sentence that Karmelo Anthony got. Kind of hard to when the defense.
Wait, what is Megyn Kelly
Okay,
reading?
so let me tell you what's happening in Karmelo Anthony. He lawyered up.
Yeah, he lawyered up and he got a freaking dream. Like these, man. Let me tell you something. I read into them. They're not playing any games.
For his appeal with a bunch of these, they're like these higher powered.
Listen to her. Like she is ruthless. But let's play along. Let's hear it, Megyn.
Very race-based lawyers.
Very race-based lawyers. I can't get over her Latina comment because she was so mad Bad Bunny did the Super Bowl. Latinas for all the Latinos and Latinas.
Like one guy who was chief of staff for Benjamin Crump, who's basically Al Sharpton by another name. And one of them is named Justin Moore. And we just had something extraordinary happen. This is the new appellate lawyer. Okay, one of, I think, 5 or 6. And he posted something online, which he then deleted almost immediately, but not soon enough. And here's what it reads. 35 years. They showed no mercy. He's clearly referring to the jury because that's the sentence that Karmelo Anthony got. Kind of hard to when the defendant's parents had a press conference mocking the dead victim's father right after the incident. We'll show you that tape in a minute. Y'all non-lawyers can argue about if he were guilty or not. Most real lawyers realize this was a punishment case from the beginning. What he's saying.
Hold on. What is she reading off? She said excuse me, she said Morris? For Justin Morris tweet? Let me Google that while I let this play.
Is we all knew he was guilty. The only real opportunity for good lawyering was on getting the sentence reduced. You know, throwing yourself on the mercy of the court, painting him as a sympathetic person, what have you. This is his appellate lawyer who's about to go in there and argue that it was a biased jury because there were no black people and 3 black jurors got struck unfairly with these peremptory challenges this guy is about to make that argument to an appellate court. Meanwhile, he's saying right here, we all knew he was guilty. It's just a question about punishment. That's all. And of course, the jury, of course, they didn't show mercy when the defendant's father mocked the decedent's father at a presser. This is very unhelpful to Karmelo Anthony's appellate chances. He goes on to say, with that being the case, you simply don't run around going on a press tour touting a false narrative. The false narrative is clearly the racial narrative. That's what the family had been touting and has been dominating the airwaves since the verdict, and the one they're clearly getting ready to raise on appeal around those black jurors being bounced. This is unbelievable. He's like on our side. I'm pissed, he writes. And it's the people that were around Karmelo who sold this story to folks, trying to sell racism for personal gain. Y'all really showed out this time. I mean, welcome to Team Reason, Justin Moore. It's great to have you. He's right. He's right about what he's saying. However, it's not helpful to the defendant, whom is his client, whom he represents, who is his client and whom he represents. So this went up and then it came right back down. And now we've looked into this guy, Justin Moore, and it turns out Justin, he's a trial lawyer. His focus is on criminal defense, post-conviction advocacy, complex litigation. He's worked on a bunch of cases where he's gotten sentences overturned, that kind of thing. He's trying to work with civil rights leaders and so on and represent them. But also, it turns out Justin had a brief stint as an assistant district attorney, and it didn't last very long because he was accused of DWI. Do we have that? Is that a SOT? Hold on, I'm just looking at my list.
Hold on. Let me share my screen because she's being very biased here with her reporting. So I need to read this for myself. Here's the tweet of one of the lawyers, Justin Moore. Okay, let's check this out. Because what is she saying? Hold on. Okay, Justin Moore. First of all, is this valid? Because I don't just believe anything. This could be this could be doctored, first of all. Before anything else, we should question the validity of this statement. Justin Moore, 35 years. They showed no mercy. Kind of hard to when the defendant's parents had a press conference mocking the dead victim's father right after the incident. They mocked his father? They mocked Austin's father after the incident? I can't believe this attorney is this real? Like, is this real? Because I can't believe this attorney would say such a thing. You don't talk about the defendant that you're fighting for. You're now talking about their family. What? That's weird. Or did something happen there? I mean, the 35 years, was that a result of something Carmelo's parents did at this conference? Like, how does that make sense? I don't understand what he's saying here. Man, and I was lifting y'all. I was saying the dream team, but you guys, what are you doing? Y'all non-lawyers, me, I'm a non-lawyer and I have the freedom of speech because this is fucking America. So what are you talking about? Yes, I am a non-lawyer and non-detective, but I have a voice. And everyone has a voice. Just because you're not a lawyer, just because you're not a lawyer or detective, you think you're gonna stop me from giving my opinion? Please. Y'all non-lawyers can argue about if he were guilty or not. Most real lawyers realize this was a punishment case. A punishment for this. You get what I'm saying? He has, listen, 35 years. He first begins with the sentence. No mercy, right? Then he talks about the defendant's parents and the incident that took place in this press conference. Then his third point, that's his second point. His third point here is whatever. This is not a point, that he's just saying whatever. His third point is most real lawyers realize this was a punishment case. So you're saying that one is the result of two? You're saying that the 35 years is the result of your second point here? Is that what you're trying to say? Most real lawyers realize this was a punishment case. With that being the case, you simply don't run around going on a press tour touting a false narrative. What false narrative? What is the false narrative? I am pissed. And it's the people that were around Karmelo who sold this story to folks. Trying to sell racism for personal gain. Y'all really showed out this time. Is this real? I can't believe he said that. Wow, he's throwing Karmelo's family and team under the bus. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, so let's go on. Now that we have read that, now let's listen to Megyn Kelly here. What in the world? Okay, let's go back to
here. Yeah, we do. Okay, so here in SOT 6 is Justin Moore seen during the DUI stop. And this is 2015. There, unlike here, playing the race card. Watch.
Around 2:30 a.m., Dallas police pulled Moore over on 67 near Ledbetter for swerving through lanes.
I did like 110 to catch up to him because he was flying.
Officer.
No, I knew that. I knew that the Metcalf was kicked out, but I didn't see anything wrong with that. I didn't think that, I mean, I knew that the Metcalf was kicked out, but I didn't see anything wrong with that. I actually was like, Mick, I actually was like, okay with that. I'm like, yeah, why is the Metcalf trying to start trouble? Look at everything Austin's dad has said out there to the media. Why would you want that guy in your son's press conference? Why would you want that type of individual that's spewing hatred and racism in the press conference? I knew he was kicked out. And that's because I thought he was starting stuff. So I knew that, and I was okay with that. Right? Okay, let's continue here.
Say they can smell alcohol on his breath. And minutes later, you hear Moore try to tell them who he is.
We got an assistant district attorney out here, and I'd just like to have a supervisor.
Oh shit, Megyn Kelly is now throwing dirt about this more. I can't. This war is never going to be over. This war is never going to be over.
Because he's threatening us, saying I'm going to get you fired.
So after Megyn Kelly says, yo, this bitch is lethal. This bitch is lethal. Listen
This story to folks trying to sell racism for personal gain. Y'all really showed out this time. I mean, welcome to Team Reason, Justin Moore. It's great to have you. He's right. He's right about what he's saying. However, it's not helpful to the defendant, whom is his client.
Yeah, why would you do that? Okay, so now I'm sketchy about this team. At first I was like, hell yeah. Now I'm a bit sketchy about this team. What in the world? Did we just take a freaking twist here? Plot
Okay,
twist.
whom he represents, who is his client and whom he represents. So this went up and then it came right back down. And now we've looked into this guy.
She's like, okay, welcome to our logic, da 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 da. But I'm about to throw your ass under the bus. Here we go.
Well, this is on camera too.
It was, and he was fired.
Okay, the case was ultimately dismissed. He lawyered up. He lost his job. I'm going to guess they thought that was sufficient punishment for him. Yeah. But there you hear him on that police body cam saying, we've got a district attorney out here. I just would like to have a supervisor out here because he's threatening us, saying, I'm going to get you fired for arresting me. And the officers can be heard moving Moore to the back of the squad car as his vehicle is towed away. And Moore is heard claiming his arrest comes down to race. Are you guys members of the KKK? Are you KKK, he asks. And then he calls an officer an Uncle Tom. They tell him, you're being recorded. He says, I hope I get fired. I don't want to be a part of the effing Dallas County with this blank. And I hope this is on blank and camera too. It was, and he was fired. So now we see what the background was that got him hired as Karmelo Anthony's appellate lawyer. But his tweet certainly seems a lot more reasonable.
We don't even know the circumstances regarding this. And we don't know. This doesn't speak about his work. His work as an attorney is the cases he's done, right? That should speak more than anything else.
Reasonable and less of a race baity than he was in 2015. And here's the moment that he's referring to when he says, of course the jury had no sympathy and no mercy for Karmelo. Kind of hard when the defendant's parents had a press conference mocking the dead victim's father right after the incident. Remember this? We showed it at the time, SOT 3, with the parents lurking behind their representative, Dominique Alexander, the biggest race hustler in the entire case. Watch this. Jeff Metcalf had shown up at the presser, and he didn't like that.
What we seen at the beginning of the
Yeah, Metcalf wasn't invited. Like, why are you showing up? I totally agree, though. Why are you showing up? Look at the man, how he talks. If you just listen to him talking, he's just like, he's not someone I'd want there. So I get it.
This press conference, the father being at this press conference is a disrespect to the dignity of his son. Is that was disrespectful and just shows you all the character.
I don't like this guy anyway, but yeah, he's right about his character. I don't like this guy. I don't know. Yeah, perhaps, you know what? Perhaps the attorney is correct. The way it was handled. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
He was not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family.
Stop that, Dominique. Stop. He's a suffering father, just like we are. No. They allowed it all. Okay, one other update in that case. A disgusting thing is happening on TikTok, the same as after Charlie died, where they're celebrating Austin's murder.
Whatever, because I'm seeing it from both sides. So whatever, Megyn Kelly. I'm done with you. I see it from both sides. So yeah, sure, you're highlighting one side of it, but highlight the other part as well. I'm seeing both sides of this, so it doesn't look good on both sides. I don't know what else to say. Let's go back. Let's do the footage. Let's go to the freaking footage. Let's do that. Okay, so right now we have the body cam, but let's just look at the footage again. Let me share. Here we go. All right, let me share my screen now. Okay, so this is Southeast Football Fields, 9:47. At 9:47, it looks like the rain is coming down hard. You see the big drops of rain. It's really coming down heavy. This is the entrance Karmelo walks into. So let's watch him walk in. Let's see if we get a timestamp of when he actually walks in here, right? That would be great if we can get a timestamp. What is this? Do you guys know what that is? Do people like get dressed in there? What is that white thing being moved around? Do you guys know what that is? On the field? Huh. Interesting. Okay, let's see if we can catch the time Karmelo walks in. Again, Karmelo was wearing a gray sweatshirt and dark navy sweatpants. I wonder what that thing is here. Okay. So I watched this when it first came out. And I was unable to find Karmelo in this footage, in this specific one, but this is good that they have the timestamp. This is great. I wish all of the footage had a timestamp on it like this. That way we can get a proper timeline of the events. But we don't have a timeline. Let's just start. You know how important a timeline is in an investigation? That's your bread and butter. Your timeline is your bread and butter. They do not have a proper timeline here. they're basing their timeline on the witness statements, which we know are not completely accurate. So I still haven't seen him. It is now 9:49. I haven't seen him walked in. Let's try and speed this up a bit. Like, let me do it like this. Oh, that could be him. Wait, no, it's not him. You see that? No, that's not him. He walks back out, whoever that was. Okay. I'm just stopping whenever I see a gray sweatshirt, that's where I'm going to stop. Right? So we're going. No. No Karmelo, right? No Karmelo. Nothing. Nope. We're almost to the end, and I still have not yet to see him walk in. Okay? Let's get that straight. Wait. Is that him? No. This video was 5 minutes long. It begins at 9:47. Let me write that down. So 9:47, 5 minutes long, no Karmelo. Let's get that right. Okay, let's get that straight. 9:47. We do 5 minutes long, no Karmelo. Now let's move on to the next video, okay? Let's close this out. Okay. Now, let me pull up the second one. Here we go. This is a view of the parking lot, but let's just play it. Let's just play it. We never know what we're gonna find. There we go. Let's play this and see if we see anything, perhaps. If we notice anything. Now this timestamp is 9:49. Okay. So now we have 9:49. Okay. And it begins at 9:49. Let's see if we see anything, okay? Ready? We know that the Metcalfs enter from here, okay? So keep an eye on that door. They enter here. See, but I think at this point, the Metcalf's already in there. Oh, here. Here they go. This is 9:50. You see that? Okay. So this is camera Southeast 7, Southwest parking. This is the Southwest parking, and at 9:50 we have Karmelo clocking in, which differs. It differs from the time on the entrance camera. It doesn't match up. You guys, check it. Ready? Now that's them. You see that? That's them, 9:50. Right there, 9:50, 32 seconds. They're walking in. All right, now check this out. Well, that's suspicious. Where is he going? That is super suspicious over here. What are you doing, my guy? What's this coach doing? Where's he going? All right, next camera. I'm showing you all the evidence that was available to us, okay? I'll put the link in the description box so you can download it and pull it yourself, okay? Now, next one. This is the view that shows a different timing. This one here shows a different timestamp. Ready? Okay, here we go. Let's play this one. No, I'm not, Derek. Stop saying lies. Stop saying lies. Stop saying lies. Don't do that. Don't do that here. Don't do that here. I'm not biased. I'm being neutral throughout the whole entire case. Stoner is dumb. No, your mother is dumb, Derek. Your mother. Your mother is dumb for having you. Here we go. Like, people really think stupid. Okay, here we go. Nope, not ready. 9:47. They're coming in. Let's wait. Let's clock in the Metcalfs, the time they walk in here. Hi, Mick. If you look at the title of this live and the thumbnail, we're digging. This is a channel where we dig into the evidence. This is a channel where we dig into the evidence. We comb the evidence. So if this is your type of thing, go ahead and subscribe. Give us a like. That's what we do here. You can check out other cases that I have covered on this channel. And so that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the evidence that the state has provided. We question everything. We question everything. And if you don't question everything, then you have a problem. All right, so just waiting here. Get that timing of when they actually come in. Derek, you can go. I showed it like 3 times. Go to my past lives. Go to the Carmelo Anthony playlist. Go into the past lives. I have shown the video. I have. Okay, here we go. 9:48:58. I mean, it's kind of off by a bit. I had it at 9:50. I saw it at 9:50. It's a little bit off. Not that much off. Yeah, so this kind of coincides to the other camera view, right? Okay. Do timestamp on the other view. So we know that Austin arrives at 9:49, and then we have Hunter coming in shortly after him. Here's Hunter walking in, right? Okay. So now let's go back to the other evidence they have available for us here. Because, oh, interesting. I saw this kid somewhere. This guy. He looks familiar. I can tell you one thing. It's refreshing to not see any redacted faces. That's quite refreshing to not see any redacted faces because, Lord, let me tell you something. The Idaho 4 case, all of their footage is redacted. It doesn't matter. They're minors or not. They're all redacted. Okay, so that's that one. Now let's go on to the other view we have here. Close. Okay, this is another view. This is a good view as well. This is the parking northwest view. Let's look at this one. Hi, Jade. Hi, how are you? Jade, Duggan Harmony. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Okay, so here's the other view, right? The other parking lot view. Again, timestamps, right? This is perfect. This is what you want. You want transparency. You want timestamps. You want unredacted view of them, everything. So we should see, so if everything coincides, right? If everything coincides, we should see around 9:50, we should see them walking in, right? Let's take a look. Did I miss it? Because we're at 9:50 now. Did I miss them walking in? Let me go back. I may have missed it. 9:48. Wait, is that them right here? Okay. All right, so I'm just gonna back this up one more time. Let's close this out. Okay, I'll tell you in a second. That's not them. No, that red and black umbrella. No, that's not them. That's not the Metcalfs. But I see them walking in at 9:47. 9:47. Does that match up to this? Oh boy, I think we have a problem here. I think we have a legit problem here, you guys. I'm gonna play this again because now I don't see the Metcalfs in this view. Okay, let's do this again. Watch. Let me play this again. So let's look here. 9. Okay, we're going to play this. And then when you see the red and black umbrella, that's not Austin and his friends. That's another team. Okay. That's another team. And this timing is off. You see him, red and black umbrella. Okay. Check this out, you guys. Check this out. These times are not clocking in. Check this out. Take a screenshot after, all right? Red and black umbrella. Red and black umbrella. You see him, you see him, you see him. Now watch this. Boom. 9:50. 9:50? 02. Now I'm going to show you the other view. These times do not match up. And I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. On my last live, I said there's 3 minutes missing. On my last live, I said there's 3 minutes missing. There's 3 minutes missing, you guys. I get so worked up because numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. Everything has to match up. 9:50:02, right? That's when red and black umbrella. Now check this out. Now let's go to the next one. Here we go. First time here. Patricia, thank you. Here we go. Now look at this time. Look at this time. You see that? 9:47, baby. 9:47, red and black umbrella. 9:47. Do you guys see the timestamp? We have 3 minutes missing here, babies. We have 3 minutes missing. Somewhere. There's a body cam with 3, not body cam. There's a surveillance out there with 3 minutes missing. Red and black walks in at 9:47. according to this view. But according to the other view, he's walking in at 9:50. All right. This is a problem. This is a problem. So when exactly do the Metcalfs walk in? And which surveillance is the accurate one, right? Because if this one is 3 minutes, this one is 3 minutes ahead. This view is 3 minutes ahead from the other one. I knew it. And you can tell, and it all coincides. It will all coincide because you will see, here's the Metcalfs walking up. It'll all coincide because you'll see when the Metcalfs start walking towards the tent, there's different timings going on then. Because this footage will carry on to the other footage. The timestamp will carry on. So there's time. Oh no, that's not the Metcalfs. Let's see. This is crazy. This is crazy, guys. This is so crazy because the other footage on the other view, the red and black umbrella crew hasn't entered yet. On the other view, the black and red, again, on the other view, the black and red umbrella crew, they haven't even entered. It's not even 9:50 yet. Do you guys understand where I'm going with? Mommy, Mama, I'll call you back. Okay, Mommy? Okay, bye. All right, so do you guys understand where I'm going with? Look, it's still 9:48, and in the other footage, the red and black crew, they haven't even entered. They enter at 9:50. If I need to play it again and show you guys, let me know. Now we have him at 9:48, 9:49 on the nose, to be exact. 9:49 on the nose, right? He's right here, 9:49 on the nose. But, however, if this footage is 3 minutes ahead, what does that tell you? It tells you that they entered later than this time or earlier. We don't know which one is right. Oh boy. Oh boy. So he's entering at 9:49, right? So it's 9:49 on this footage. On the other view, it'd be 9:53. Okay. You see this blur? What's up with this blur? You see that? That looks off. Like it doesn't belong here. This doesn't belong here. What is this? Why only when they go through? Let's see if it does it for anyone else. Hold on. Let's see if we see that blur on anyone else. Oh yeah, we do. Okay, now that we see the time they walked in, right? Now check this out. Let's hello? Hello, can you hear me? I don't know what happens. Hello? Hi, everyone. Are you guys still with me? Okay. I don't know what's happening here. Hello? Okay. Cool. All right. Now let's go on to the other footage, okay? So 9:49. Now, that means the other surveillance will have him 3 minutes after 9:49. I'm not sure why it's not matching up. I really don't know. But that would mean that we'll see them in this view. We'll see them at 9:53, right? If the timing, it should be lined up, right? So if we are correct that this is 3 minutes off, then they're not entering at 9:50. Then he's not entering at 9:50. Then he's entering at 9:53. You got that? So let's scroll to 9:53. Here, see the red and black umbrella? He should have, in the other footage, he should have been in there already, but he's still out here. Now let's go on to, and at this time, at 9:50 on the other footage, we should see the Metcalfs arriving, but they're not. Not on this footage. Not on this one, baby. But let me keep going. Maybe at 9:53. Let's keep going, because there's 3 minutes missing here. I'm telling you, there's 3 minutes missing. Math, numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. No way, Jose. Right? So this means that at 9:53 is when they're entering, right? Let's see. 9:51. And of course, they don't have, it ends at 9:51. No wonder we don't see them walking in. It ends at 9:51. They're not, oh my God. Are you guys understanding? I'm so dumb. I don't know what's happening. I know what's happening. I can tell you what's happening here. Do you know what's happening here? They're taking away. They're not showing you what happened before the Metcalfs entered. They're not showing you. They clipped it and said, oh yeah. Hold on. This is what the prosecution did. They said, hang on. Oh, wait a second. Metcalf, they enter in, let me see. They enter at 9:47. 9:47, right? Oh, you need the footage you need the footage to see the Metcalfs enter here. I don't know why I'm talking like that. I'm just playing. They clipped it. They clipped it up until 9:51, not knowing that my smart detective brain was going to realize that there's 3 minutes missing. You need to give us, you know what you need to give us? Let's FOIA it. We're going to FOIA it. We are going to FOIA it, because I'm not playing any games. Show us this view, but show us at 9:53. Give us 9:53. I want to see the Metcalf Center. You're not showing us the Metcalf Center. You're not. You clipped it at 9:51. How convenient. How convenient. No, they enter at 9:53 actually. Wow. They're playing games. Now let's do the other view. Let's look at the timestamp on this view. How off is it? How off it is, right? Ready? Okay, here we go. Now, check this out. We got 9:43 here, right? This is 9:43. Okay. Okay. That means now, which video are we going with? Are we going with the 9:47 or are we going with the 9:50? We're going with the 9:50 or 9:47. Let's see which one does this footage line up to. I hope I'm making sense. I really do. Let's see which footage does this surveillance match up to. Does it match up to the 9:47 or the 9:50? Ready? I can't blow it up. I wish I could. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to link where I got this footage in the description box. Go to that link. It's directly from Collin County. It's the Collin County page. It's directly from there. If you go there, you can download it on your computer or whatever. Download the footage and you can see it super clear. I'm not kidding you. You can see it clearly. Ready? So 9:47 or 9:50. Let's see if this one's 3 minutes ahead or 3 minutes behind. So let's take a look at that. So we're going to see them walking in here, right? We're first we're going to see the red and black umbrella. That red and black umbrella is kind of like, you know, it stands out. That's why I keep saying red and black umbrella. You guys, you know what I learned yesterday? You know, the young lady standing underneath the tent with the yellow poncho? She did not testify. She refused to testify. And do you know that her parents are Karmelo's pediatricians? That was a bomb. That was a little bomb. I didn't know. I found that out yesterday. So that's interesting because I said on my last live here that that person with the yellow poncho, the person with the yellow poncho had a clear view of the incident. And I just discovered, nearly yesterday, I learned that she never testified. But that person had a clear view of the incident from where she was. I didn't even know it was a she. But anyway, so we are at 9:45 here. So again, at 9:47, we should be seeing them walk in, or 9:50. We don't know which one it's going to line up with. So the time could be off? You think so? You think the time could be off? Yes. Yellow poncho girl over there that had a clear view refused to testify, and her parents are pediatricians to the Metcalfs. Why does what matter? Oh, it matters because we need to know, timeline matters because we need to know the steps in which everything occurred. That's why the timeline matters. I think I'm gonna do this thing. I'm not gonna play the complete video. I'll do that on another live. I have to feed my dogs and stuff. So I'm just gonna finish up here and then we'll come back with another live. I'm so happy for everyone who came, even if you don't, your opinion matters. Everyone's opinions matters, and it is refreshing to have difference in opinions, honestly. Like, aside from the disrespect, aside from the name calling and stuff like that, it is refreshing to have difference in opinions. We live in a world, this is America, we have freedom of speech and we have freedom of thought. We have, you know, everything, you guys. And this is what we're fighting for. This is what we're fighting for. This is what my argument is. Our rights here. So I don't care about everyone having their own opinion. I welcome it. I welcome it. Just as long as you do it in a respectful manner. Now, isn't that them here? Because it's 9:40. No, it's not them. It's still 9:47. Wow. Okay. See that one view at 9:49. At 9:49, Metcalf should be here ready. That close-up of him walking in, remember, it's 9:49. We clocked it at 9:49. So it's coming up. That this camera, the one that's over here by the entrance, clocks him at 9:49. Okay? So if he doesn't come in through here around 9:49, then that means that this footage, this surveillance camera here is off. I'm just trying to figure out which has the time stamp off. You get what I'm saying? Which one has the incorrect timing? So $9:49. He should have been up here already. Is this them? Let's see. No. Oh, wow. This footage doesn't coincide. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. This one doesn't match up to this one. The surveillance footage that is underneath here is off. That 9:49 is off. $9:50. Wow. I'm telling you guys, that this surveillance is off. Damn. How can we rely on one time? How can we rely on one time and not the other? I know that at court time was given, right? I don't have the transcripts, so I don't want to say anything until I have the transcripts. But we know at court that transcripts were given with an actual time. All right. So what camera were they going by? If that's the case, which footage are they going by? Could you imagine? Because the other view had him walking in at 9:49 and we're at 9:51 already. I'm telling you, 3 minutes is missing. And I've said this before, we have 3 minutes missing, and why? This is crazy. This is a lot of time going by that something could have happened. Look at this. 3 minutes is a lot. It's a lot of time if you really think about it. There they go. There they are. There they go. Yep. 9:52. So explain this to me. Explain something to me. How could you be at one view here? They were here at 9:49. So what happened from 9:49? This is not making sense to me. I'm just getting a little more like I remember seeing Austin or Hunter running, trying to catch up. Did I miss that? Let's do this again. 9:51, right? Yeah, baby, hold on 1 second, my love. I really wish I could zoom in. Sorry, guys, I can't zoom in any more than this. Here we go. All right, here we go. What's happening? What is happening? $9:49, right? So 9:49, they supposedly enter, right? Oh boy. Okay, this is something I need to do offline. All right, I'm going to look at this more offline. I need to zoom in, but it's clear to me that 3 minutes are missing. You think they're on the fields? Hunter runs. Yeah, I'm trying to find it, but What? But why did I miss it? Yeah, I saw some. I know that someone runs to catch up, but now the time's all over the place now because I'm just focused on the stupid time. All right, so look, once again, they enter 9:49, right? They come from this direction. Okay, they're coming from this direction at 9:49 down this way. Okay, and now look at the time. Once they hit the track right here, check the time. Ready? Once they go under the 10, right here, boom, 9:49:29, right? Am I correct or not? 9:49. They're right here by the tree. They're right by the tree at 9:49:32, okay? 9:49:32. Now, let's go to the other view. This is where I'm confused. So thank you, everyone that's helping me out. You're the bomb. Okay. Now, this is the second. This is the other view. Now, let's go to 9:49:32, right? At 9:49:32, we should see, at 9:49:32, we should see that first tree over here. We should see the Metcalfs here. Got it? Let's go there. $9:49. Here we go. $9:49:32. They should be here. And if they're not, this just proves my whole point. This just proves my whole point. Ready? 9:49:32. Nope. See? Do you guys see what I'm saying now? Am I making sense? Unless see what I'm saying, you guys? They're still not. They still have not. You see what I'm saying, Mick? Mick, you see what I'm saying? Because at 9:49, he should have been underneath. He should have been right here by the first tree, according to the other view. But he's not. And Mick, or I'm sorry, chat, Carmelo's already underneath the tent at this time, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but at this time, Carmelo is underneath here. I don't know why they're trying to hide the 3 minutes. I guess that's the question I should be asking myself. Why are they hiding the 3 minutes? You know what I mean? Yes. Okay. Okay. This is what I'm gonna do. Let's go to YouTube. Okay. I'm just gonna do this because I want to see how it was presented. Ready? The way it was presented was as I showed it, 9:49, right? Yes? Okay. Now watch this. Okay. Now 9:49, okay. Now let's see the other view of the fields. Let's see what time. Okay. Now there's no timestamp here. How do we know what time he enters? How do we know what the witness, how can we confirm that the witness statements are valid and factual if we don't have a timestamp around here? I played this video. We started off the show with this footage, and there was no Karmelo. You can rewind, back it up, we played this footage and we did not see Karmelo entering. We did not see Karmelo entering, and the footage they provided, I have it here. Let's take a look at the timestamp they're giving us on this one. This is the west side. Yeah, the west side of the football fields. And they gave us 5 minutes of it. They gave beginning 9:47. That footage they gave us. Rewind and go back. If you missed it, rewind. This 5-minute footage with the timestamp is from 9:47 all the way to 9:53. Okay, 9:47 to 9:53, and we did not see Karmelo. I'm going to repeat that. From 9:47 to 9:53, we did not see Karmelo Anthony entering. What that tells me is that Karmelo entered before 9:47. Does that make sense to you guys? If it doesn't, I will gladly play it. Again, take a screenshot of this. You ready? Screenshot this if you want, okay? So we have a screenshot of this that they're providing with nothing. Also, it's good to note the surroundings. It's good to see the surroundings, right? So when Karmelo entered, let's see what was going on, right? This is actually good. We have to get a timeline started here. We need a factual and correct timeline. I don't know how more to explain how the importance of it is. Just Google it. Google it. You'll see how important a timeline is in an investigation. I don't need to tell you this, okay? Now, listen, I'm going to end this soon I just want to make my point here. I'm not playing the altercation. I'm not playing the incident. If that's what you came here for, go to another channel and play that. What I'm getting down to the timeline here, all right? So we see Karmelo entering. No timestamp was provided. How convenient, right? How convenient. No timestamp has been provided. But we see him entering. And as he's entering, we actually see other individuals. We see this black, take note of what you see. We see these things up here. We see, take note of all of this you see, because I'm going to play the other footage in just a moment. We see here, green umbrella, people in ponchos, clear ponchos over here walking on the fields, okay? There we go. We got Karmelo walking in. That's all we get. That's all we get. Let's get that straight. Now let's play the footage of that side of the fields. That same entrance. We have 5 minutes of it. We have 5 minutes of it, and we're going to play that now. Yes, Patrice. Patrice, I think we are on the same page, and that's the point I'm trying to drive home here. I'm trying to drive this point home. Okay, ready? Here we go. Now, we got 5 minutes of this, right? Now, check this out. It begins at 9:47. You got that? Remember the stuff on the field? Do you guys remember the stuff that was on the field? It's not here. Oh yeah, it's right here. Let's see, the people. This all looks different. These guys were on the fields. These guys were on the fields when Karmelo entered. All of these people, they were on the fields. Just go back, rewind just a bit. If you can, because I know you could do it while you're watching me on YouTube. You can go back just a bit or whatever and compare. Compare. Seeing is believing. Seeing is believing. That's what God gave us eyes. Seeing is believing. Okay. So again, we have 5 minutes of this. Nothing. No Karmelo. I'm going to keep my cursor right here. No Karmelo. Because you'll be able to see him, right? You saw how they highlighted him. You'll be able to see him for sure. And his backpack, gray hoodie backpack, you'll be able to see him. Now, if we do not see Karmelo, what does that tell you? That tells you Karmelo was already underneath the tent. And what we need to FOIA, what I need to FOIA, SIRS, Texas, Collin County, Texas, you owe me something. You owe me the complete footage. You better back this shit up. You better back it up and show me what the time Karmelo arrives. We're missing it. Now it's 9:50. At this point, the Metcalf's already there. Remember, they walk in at 9:49. They walk in at 9:49. It's 9:50, and they're walking to the tent at this point. Right? Let me know if you guys see Karmelo, you guys. Let me know, because I'm going to keep playing it, because I have to make this point. That's not him. I thought that was him, but look. I thought that was him at first, but it's not. Okay. You will clearly see him walking in. Just as I showed in that last footage where they highlight him, you will clearly see him walking in. Let's see. Let's see if we see him. If we don't see him, you guys, he was underneath that tent before the Metcalfs. Let's get that straight. Here's the yellow poncho chick. Where you going, girl? Where you going, girly? We know who your mom is. Nothing. No Karmelo. We'll wait for this to end, and then I'll end the live stream, and that'll prove my point that he was there prior to 9:47 a.m. He was there prior to this footage they're trying to show us. Did they even look at it? Did they even look at it before making it public? Like, you can't just slice and cut it how you want. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You can't just slice and cut it however you want to. You know? Nope. Nothing. No Karmelo. He was clearly still under the tent. He was clearly under the tent. 9:52. Now at this time, the other view shows the Metcalfs walking in. So at this time, they nothing, right? Nope. No Karmelo. From 9:47 to 9:53, no Karmelo, you guys. You see that? What are we gonna do? You are correct. When you go back to 24:59 of this live show, he just appears at the bus shelter, then paved area, then the track slows down the footage, and you will see. Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you. Wait, let me take a picture of this comment so I can do this. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture of that comment. I feel like the only connection to the Metcalfs and Mello is one, Eddie, who said he really didn't know Mello, who deleted things from his phone that day. That was seen changing clothes afterwards. Yes. Again, if we go here, I mean, I'm not even kidding you. Like, how can you do this? And this is America. How can you just do this and think it's okay? This is not okay. Oh, so you're just gonna show us this with no timestamp? That's not okay. That's not okay. First degree murder? First degree murder? No, this is not okay. Be transparent. Be transparent. Give us the timestamp. What time did he go in? What time was it? Because that other footage from 9:47 to 9:53, there was no Karmelo. We didn't see this. No way. No way we saw this. So give us the correct time so we can have a proper timeline on this case, right? And then you have Megyn Kelly trying to tell you, oh, I don't even want to play that video, but she's out of her mind. Megyn Kelly is trying to tell you that he walked in, that the Metcalfs were in there, and he walked in. Without what? Without what, Megyn Kelly? Megyn Kelly, did you even look at the Did you even look at the evidence? No, you didn't. You didn't look at shit. Because if you're smart like me, you'd fucking figure this shit out. You would. Now, no timestamp on this one either. Of course, the media is not going to be transparent. What do you expect? What do you want? Really? This is crazy. Yeah, I think Karmelo was already underneath here. And I think Karmelo was already underneath there. I believe that they brushed this up. You're not able to see for a reason. We're not able to see it for a reason. But here's what they want to show us. They want to show us this. Look at that tent moving up and down. Like oh man, if you really zoom in here, there's a lot wrong with this. There's a lot wrong with this. Actually, I have it on TikTok. You guys can follow me on TikTok. I put out some content on there, which I'm being dragged. Because, yeah, people. Let me pull up that video. That's a really good video. I'll end it there. I'll put that up and end this live at that note. Here we go. Let me share my TikTok for a second. Here we are. Okay. So we have here this one. No, this one. Here's the close-up. Check this out.
You see how this is just still everything happening around, but here you can't see what's happening here. You see that? You guys get what I'm saying? You can't, this looks tampered. Nope, I still have not yet to see Karmelo entering. Nothing. I mean, we see people getting up from the bleachers and moving around, but no Karmelo yet. Nope. This guy leaves. There it is. I mean, you guys, Karmelo's been here. This is what I'm saying. I think Karmelo was here. Karmelo was already in here before the Metcalfs.
Like, look, listen to
yeah, this how convenient, right? How convenient.
So divided. Like, I've never
okay. From
it's similar to the Idaho 4 case where it's so divided. I believe Hunter's responsible. Oh, I don't know about this part about Hunter being responsible, but look at my comments, how it's just divided. Yeah, he's innocent. Yeah, that tells. I knew Karmelo wasn't. Oh, this is where she's showing me that Eddie changed his clothes, but I don't know if that's Eddie. I'm not sure if that's Eddie. I haven't dug into this yet. I am aware, but I haven't researched that yet. I mean, he was already inside, and then we have people saying he entered from the left by the tent. We have people going back and forth. I thought that was already known by everyone. Karmelo was first. No, it's not. Apparently, it's not known by everyone. He had been sitting there. Yes, he was already there. The Charles Over social media keeping this alive for no reason. Maybe it never happens. Karmelo was there first. Pay attention to the coach. Enter the back how. Video shows him walking up to the front of the tent. He was already there. Then you have people saying, go watch the entire video. They have him walking past 2 tents to go to the memorial tent. Austin arrives after Karmelo in the tent. Yeah, that's what I think too. I think he arrived afterwards, but I'm also getting comments of people claiming that no, the Austins were there first, right? So then let's see what this one is.
They're like they look to be on a mission, right?
Okay, so yeah, this is when they enter. No timestamp either.
They look to be on a mission. They're just walking, right? Look how fast they're walking. Look, this one's running. Look. They're on a mission. They're on a mission. They're like they look to be on a mission, right?
Yeah, we see one running.
They look to be on a mission. They're just walking, right? Look how fast they're walking.
Oh yeah.
Look.
You see how Hunter tried catching up
here? This one's running.
See that? They tried catching up too.
Look.
He said during this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, I was protecting myself. It should be noted that I had not questioned him about the incident when he made that comment. I asked him if he had any weapons, and he said I don't know, you guys. What do you guys think? This is too much. What do you mean they're not correct? Oh, I'm going to link it. This is where I got it from. Check it. I'm going to show you the page where I got it from, and then I'm going to link it to this episode so you guys can go and check it out, okay? Ready? Here. This is where I got it from. This page contains updated information. They have photos. They have audio of the 911 call. They have all the videos of all the ones that I've been playing. I got it from here. You can click on it and download it. I'm going to copy this link and I'll paste it to the description box for you guys. That's it. That's it. I'm going to keep covering it because it's just wrecking my brain. We need a timeline. For every case, I do a timeline. I did it for the Celeste Rivas case. I did it for the Idaho 4. It's so important. I'm gonna create a timeline of the little information we have here, of the conflicting information we have here. We need those transcripts. We need those transcripts. We need the timeline of the witness statements as well. It shows they aren't being forthcoming since they haven't showed an unedited video. Why hide anything? Exactly. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, Bradley. Thank you. All right, you guys, this is like the most, so controversial. That's why so many people, I just want you to remember that, let's not make this about race. It's about our rights. I just want to hone in on that. It's about our rights, black, white, no matter what you are, what color you are. It's about our rights. And I would be doing the same if the person was white, Asian, anything. So I want to thank everyone for joining. Thank you, new subscribers. Hit that like or whatever. Hit the thumbs up, thumbs down if you don't like this content. It's your opinion, right? It's a free country. So I'm out. Peace, everyone.